Good morning. My name is Gillian Balaban and I'm Senior Coordinator Governance Relations at GRI. Welcome to this meeting of the Global Sustainability Standards Board, known by its acronym the GSSB, held on 29 March 2023. This in-person meeting is being hosted from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Please note that all public GSSB meetings are being recorded, and you can find the audio recording on the GSSB webpage, along with high-level summaries of previous GSSB meetings. We are joined today at this meeting by members of the Standards Division from the GRI Secretariat. We will now do a roll call. Anna Nefedova.
Present.
Evan Harvey.
Present.
Ganga Charan Sharma.
Present.
Corley LaRue.
Good morning, President.
Good morning. Joseph Martin.
Present.
Kent Swift.
Present.
Michelle will join in a little while. Peter Colley.
Present.
Robin Leeson.
Present.
Vincent Kong.
Present.
Chair Judy Kuseski.
Present.
Thank you. GSSB members Julia Genuardi, Jennifer Prinsing, Kim Schumacher and Laura Donna Carter will join during the day. We're also joined at this meeting as observers by the new GSSB members commencing their term from 1 April 2023. Chulandra de Silva.
Present.
Galia Tsonkova.
Present.
New GSSB Vice Chair Jeff Robertson.
Present.
The new GSSB Chair Carol Adams sent her apologies. I will now hand over to the Chair Judy Kuseski to open the meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to all colleagues. We are joined by our outgoing members, our remaining members of the GSSB and our incoming members, as well as numerous members of the Standards Division, and a number of external guests have joined us this morning. Thank you all for your time. Could we have a quick look at the agenda? People in the room have got it on a sheet of paper here, but just very, very briefly, we are going to have, in a minute, we're going to welcome Richard Barker and Romy Johnson from the IFRS Foundation to talk to us about progress in the ISSB and related matters there. We'll have a short break. We will then have a conversation with Tony Goldner and Emily McKenzie from Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, a similar conversation, followed by a discussion in two parts of the progress against, first of all, the GSSB activity report from 2020 to 2022, and the work program, the forward work program consultation that has just concluded. We'll have lunch, and then we have another discussion with representatives from EFRAG. And at the end of the day, we will continue and then conclude the discussion of the GSSB work program, and we will have some final words for departing members and so forth at the end of the day. Are there any questions about the agenda today? Anything that people want to make sure we cover? Okay.
Judy,
Yes. I see that Michelle has joined us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, everyone.
Very good. Okay, well, if there are no further questions about the agenda, I think I'd like to invite Richard Barker and Romy Johnson to speak with us. I understand they have some slides to show us as well. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, to be from the ISSB and in the room with you guys is an important time for us. This is Romy, my colleague, who's at the sort of the core of our technical team. has been one of the sort of the engines driving our two standards that are coming out shortly. So I'll be doing the presenting, and Romy will be chipping in as and when. So the idea, basically, if I'll just give you the overview slide, the idea is to just give you a sense of where we're up to, and but more importantly, where we're going, and how that can be a joint working relationship with GRI and GSSB. So can you see the slides there?
Yes, they are not in display. Yeah, now they are. Yeah,
Now they are.
perfect.
Okay, very good. Very good. I think just it's worth, I mean, the reason I say it's a real pleasure to be here, it genuinely is. I think the a personal view, but also an institutional view, is that GRI and ISSB have a very natural relationship with one another that is important globally, and that we need both, not one or the other, and that they play a distinctive role. And I hope I'll try and convey that as I go through the slides, but it's, I think, really, really important, actually. You know, the two organizations are the global sustainability reporting standard setters, it seems to me, and with quite different purposes, but with purposes that are very closely aligned. And if you think about the challenges, the sustainability related challenges that we face globally as a society, you need to understand the impact of corporate activity. Any sort of casual observation of environmental and social sustainability trends should cause alarm. Actually, you know, if you look at the rate of economic and social impact, and the way in which this is accelerating over time, and the limited time in which we have to do something about it, I think if you don't look at climate data and natural resource consumption data and risks to society arising from those things, if you don't look at those things and feel a sense of alarm, then you don't understand the data, it seems to me. And so understanding how, as a society, we're going to adapt, and critically within that, how the capital markets are going to adapt, is really, really important. And you can't do that without having simultaneously information that is oriented towards stakeholders broadly to understand impact. So to understand what it is that we're dealing with, but also to have information that's oriented towards capital markets, because we have a capitalist economic system. And if we don't have institutional investors and companies aligned with the sustainability transition, it's not going to happen. So it's incredibly important in my view, and in the ISSB's view, to have both of these sets of reporting standards. So that's a kind of high-level introduction, but let me give you some more granularity. I won't talk for very long. I'd like to have discussion as much as possible. I think that would be appropriate and helpful. So broadly speaking, here's the overview of the presentation. I'll say a bit about how we are progressing and what our work plan is. The work plan bit will hint towards collaboration with GSSB. And then I'll say something about the agenda consultation process that we're about to undertake, and then I'll say something specifically about the GSSB relationship, and then open up for discussion, if that's okay. Right, ISSB milestones. We don't have as long a history as you guys have, and our history is all really rather compressed in the past year. So we were only created just over a year ago, as you know, at COP26. The exposure drafts of S1 and S2 were issued before the board was even created. The final member of our board only joined right at the end of last calendar year. So the rate of change has been very significant. You'll notice the GRI MOU is really early on in this process. The first of the grey boxes on this slide. So those grey boxes indicate a sort of partnering with other key organisations globally. They include the jurisdictional working group, which meets on a monthly basis to sort of coordinate, as it were, our activities across different jurisdictions. That includes the US, China, Japan, Europe, and the UK, and IOSCO. So you notice GRI is right at the beginning of that process, and that's not a coincidence. You notice also in the pink boxes the sort of gradual global footprint of our organisation, footprint in a good sense, having bases now in Asia as well as in Europe and North America. Notice also at the bottom the extent of interest in this work, the 1,400 comment letters on S1 and S2. Again, that won't surprise you. That's the world that we're all part of. So it's all been happening, and of course this is leading to S1 and S2 being published shortly. This slide you won't have seen this yet, but this is a work in progress graphic that we're trying to develop associated with the agenda consultation. And it basically summarizes the various different work streams that we're currently engaged in. So if you look at the top circle, our standards S1 and S2 will come out by the end of June of this year. All remains on track. I think I'm right in saying that, Romy. I think we're still okay. And of course, then once they're out, there'll be acceleration of work around adoption, essentially. And around providing guidance to market practice and so on. So that is, and obviously it remains a core part of our activity. The circle to the right, enhancing SASB standards. So the SASB standards, as you know, are part of our suite of standards, but they haven't been through the same endorsement process, the same G process that not endorsement, the same G process that S1 and S2 have been through. And the immediate step with the SASB standards is going to be to further the internationalization work that's already been started on them. So to make sure that any sort of North American references are internationalized, essentially. The circle at the bottom, in the sort of window of time that we have in between S1 and S2 coming out and the agenda consultation being complete, we're going to do some work on relating to our existing standards, in particular nature-related effects concerning climate and just transition relating to climate. So the idea is that we have a mandate to do climate. It's a big topic, and of course it connects with all sorts of other topics as well. So the idea is that we will expand our work in that space. And then if you look to the left, beginning new research and standard setting, this is our agenda consultation process that I'll say a little bit more about in a moment. And then the circle in the moment in the center of this page is sort of ongoing themes of interoperability, connectivity, and engaging with stakeholders, which are central to everything that we do, including this session. So in terms of particular projects, the first at the top of this list, the agenda priority consultation process. I'll say more about that in a moment. S1 and S2 are coming out. The taxonomy will follow close behind. Maintenance of SASB standards, and there's a couple of SASB projects that we've inherited that we're continuing to work on as well. So those are the formal projects. The agenda consultation, it starts shortly. It's important to say that it is a very open request for information and for consultation. So this is genuinely a process of, we had a mandate to do S1 and S2. We will have done it by the time this is coming out, essentially. And the question is, what do we do next, and how do we do it? And there's been a lot of work that the team has done, a sort of market research, as it were, that's identified 4 themes that we think are priority themes for our stakeholders. And those 4 themes are listed there. The first, essentially, nature, biodiversity, ecosystem services, and then human capital, human rights, and integration in reporting. That this is not a statement that those are the 4 themes that we will do. It's not a statement we'll do them in that order. It's a statement of, this is what we're hearing. Our stakeholders want us to focus on. Do you agree? And what are your thoughts? So this will, of course, go through our due process, the request for information, a comment period. We haven't yet decided the length of the comment period, and then feedback, and then internal research, and then a 2-year work plan. The 2-year work plan is slightly shorter than the normal IASB time schedule, because we need to get on with it. Essentially, this is a rapidly changing world, and a longer time horizon wouldn't be particularly helpful to us just now. I've added into a box on the right hand side to note on the first three of these topics. There are very important open issues of which topics and or subtopics, industries, sectors ought to be prioritized, and how we should work with other standard setting bodies. As it happens, no coincidence, the names on this slide are the same as those involved in this meeting today, right? So it's you guys and NEFRAG and the TNFD, but of course there are others out there as well. Okay, so in terms of working with GSSB, it's I think helpful just to endorse the view of the CEO of GRI here. So at GRI, we advocate for a comprehensive reporting system combining financial and impact materiality for sustainability reporting. We agree, and our focus, explicit, unambiguous focus, is on the financial aspect of that. We don't think that sustainability reporting is the same thing as investor-oriented sustainability reporting. It is broader. It needs impact materiality reporting as well. And so there's just a very natural relationship between what you are doing and what we are doing. Our approach to this has always been to think in these terms. This doesn't mean that this is the same way that GRI GSSB is thinking about these things. This is an important issue for us to work on, actually. But our view is that our job is to provide what we refer to as the global baseline. So the global baseline is investor-oriented, comprehensive, comparable, consistent disclosure for capital market decision-making. Same lens as the IASB, but concerned with sustainability-related financial disclosure. Critically important that this is global for all kinds of reasons, which are well known in this room. I don't need to repeat. And then the idea is that different jurisdictions, or indeed globally, there is scope to add to the information that's just required by investors. So clearly, sustainability reported information is not just useful to investors in making investment decisions; it's useful to other stakeholders. Different jurisdictions will take different views on what additional information is appropriate. So if you were to compare the ESRS standards, which we all know well at this point, with the proposals in the US, you see a very different style of jurisdictional standard setting. Where the ESRS is a double materiality lens, and the SEC is of course a single materiality lens. So that's how we see it. And the critical thing about a global baseline is it's oriented towards investors, and it's consistent with, comparable with other disclosures, but shouldn't be obscured by them. So a report to investors should be a report in which investors can see the information that they need to make decisions to essentially to allocate capital. Okay, so just a brief word on materiality. For us, the materiality lens, and this is actually the language we've used has changed somewhat from the exposure gap where we talked about enterprise value. We talked about providing information to enterprise value. We've aligned on that and on materiality much more explicitly with the IASB. So we have now exactly the same sense of who we're providing information for what types of provision, to what types of decisions, we are providing the information for, and the exact same definition of materiality. So critically, we see ourselves as part of the information set that's provided to investors alongside and connected with and integrated with the information provided by the IASB. So that's our definition of materiality. And I've added sort of the three other critical versions of this on the right-hand side. The SEC is very similar to ours with a financial materiality focus. GRI and ESRS, as you know, a broader notion of materiality, somewhat different in the way in which they're expressed. those differences are important. So finally, before we open up for discussion, just to describe some areas of scope for collaboration between our two organisations, and I would say, and I think it's worth being candid about this. Over the past 6 months or so, we have been unambiguously focused on S1 and S2, and in terms of interoperability, the key time critical, institutionally critical issue for us has been aligning with or achieving interoperability with ESRS on climate. So our two standards align very explicitly in that space, and making sure that we're not too far apart, or where we are, we understand why we are, and so on, has been really, really important, and that's been a focus for us. And an implication of that is we haven't been able yet to have that same focus with GSSB. And my part of the reason for being here is to say that, but also to express the enthusiasm and commitment from us to engage with you. So, in terms of collaborative process, I think there are two broad themes. The first is actually what the process is, how we go about it. So, how do our technical staff teams work together? How do we each provide input on one another's advisory groups? And how do we communicate on communications, on building capacity, and all that kind of stuff. So really important, practical, process-based stuff, but not technical content as such. The second broad area for collaboration is the technical content, and here I've just listed various things, but it's all very open, right? Nothing yet decided, as it were, but lots of space to work together. The first is collaborating on our work plan, including digital taxonomy. So to the extent that we can, based upon your agenda consultations and ours, and your work plans and ours, and so on, that we are sharing and collaborating in our work plans. A particular example of that is the second bullet point. I think we've already invited you to present your review of your biodiversity standard to a public meeting of the ISSB. That's a big deal. We don't invite people to public meetings of the ISSB as a general rule, right? So this is not a trivial thing, but of course this is very closely related to the work that we're also seeking to input on. Third bullet point, approach to interoperability. There's some really important work that we need to do on materiality, on our respective audiences, on how we go about identifying disclosure topics and metrics, and on how we approach sector industry standards and topic standards and the interaction between them. And so how do our respective sets of standards work together, and how can they be made to work together more effectively? And then the final bullet is interoperability with others. So TNFD is a really good example. They just issued as you will hear, they just issued their latest release yesterday. It's really important for them that what they are providing is input both to an impact reporting framework and to an investor-oriented reporting framework. And now is the time with the development of TNFD to ensure that we are all aligned, that the work that they are developing provides helpful input to us in the investor space, and to you in the impact space, and to FREG in both. So let me pause at that point, and first of all ask Romy if you have anything you want to add. Otherwise, Judy, hand back to you, and for any questions and any discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard. And no, nothing of significance to add on my end, other than thank you, and really looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, both. Okay, GSSB, could you raise your hands, or otherwise indicate to me if you've got questions, or you want to raise something with Richard or Romy? Peter, yes, please go ahead, and then Evan. Thank you. Fair enough, Evan.
Richard, I didn't see climate enumerated explicitly in your list of the 4 things that you're hearing. Is that because we should assume that it's part of the natural ecosystem in that first bullet, or is it somehow treated separately?
It's because the S2 climate standard will already be out.
Okay, so you're just talking about this one version of the standard.
So this is the under consultation areas you're referring to. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is what should we do next.
Okay.
So what should S3 be, or S4, or that? How many S's should there be? That kind of stuff.
I got it. Thanks.
Yeah, Peter Colley here, and I come from the Labor constituency. It's again on those 4 themes. I noticed you had human rights, which is obviously a significant focus of the impact materiality approach of the GSSB GRI. Can you elaborate on what you're proposing to work on, or how you will progress that theme on human rights?
So I think that what the really important thing to say is it's not a formal proposal of here's what we're planning to do. We are hearing, much as you've just said, actually, we are hearing this is an important area on which we need to have a standard. And so this is very much an open question of, well, this is what we've heard, what do you think? So it's not the case that we'll be saying, here's a work plan. Here's a breakdown of the topics that we're going to work on, the order in which we're going to work on them. It's much broader than that. So in a sense, we're asking the same question you just asked.
Okay, Corley, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Judy, and thank you for the presentation, Richard. You mentioned that you are planning to enhance the SASB standards. Could you perhaps comment on how you see the interoperability between the SASB standards and S1 and S2 and future standards to be developed by the ISSB? Is the SASB standards, are they going to be retaining kind of more of a sector-specific focus, whereas the ISSB standards are more topical, or how do you see that interaction working?
Right, good question. So ISSB, we have a commitment to industry-based standards. We think that's incredibly important because sustainability issues vary so much by industry, and having comparability within industry, which is the unit of analysis for capital markets, is critical. So we have that commitment. At the moment, we're in a kind of transition phase, right? So SASB standards are part of our portfolio of standards because the 2 organizations have merged together. But the SASB standards, and the reason we still talk about the SASB standards, they are still, as it were, a separate brand in the market, well-established market practice and so on, but they have not yet been through our due process and have not yet been integrated into a set of standards that we've yet to develop. So the closest example to this is in S2. And the closest illustration of a direction of travel is S2, where we have the sort of general requirements of climate-related reporting, and then we have the SASB standards as industry-specific metrics to look at, to consider for material disclosure to investors. So expect us to continue to work on and to expand and to develop industry-based standards, and also to focus on themes. So climate is the one that's in place so far. Do you want to answer that, Rami? Have I missed anything?
No, I think that's right. I think, that's one of the key questions that I think we want to try to get some feedback on in this upcoming agenda consultation to sort of understand, particularly in the context of these new research areas related to biodiversity and nature, human rights, human capital, and so forth. To what degree does the market view these issues as being things where impacts and dependencies are sort of differentiated across different business models or economic activities that might characterize participation in an industry, or to what degree are they things that are sort of industry agnostic, where the same types of information might be useful to markets across different industries. And so we're kind of reluctant to jump to any conclusions about what future standards are going to look like, what sort of format they're going to take, what the relationship necessarily will be between sort of thematic and standard setting and industry-based standard setting. But like Richard pointed out, I think S2 is at least one model that could indicate a direction of travel, and certainly there are others on the table. But it's really important for us to get a sense of where the market sees and maybe think about it, you know, in the context of the issues that we're developing, because it may not be that there's a one-size-fits-all answer to this question. So keeping it as open as possible while still trying to move things forward.
Robin.
Thanks, Richard. I had a question about the slide you had with the baseline and the building blocks in terms of that those relationships. And it could be argued that in order to understand the financial materiality piece, you need to first understand as a business how you're impacting on environment and people before being able to reflect on how those impacts constitute sort of risks back into the financial material piece. I was just wondering what your response to that is in terms of a sequence of considering this. And the reverse seems a little counterintuitive to me.
Yeah, so I think it's a really good question. I think this is fundamental to the technical work that we need to do in establishing the relationships between what GRI is GSSB is doing and ISSB is doing, because I think it's quite subtle, actually. I'm probably best not to try to open up that technical discussion now, because I think it's perfectly reconcilable, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily seem like it at first sight. So I guess my response is I would really encourage us to have, in whatever the appropriate format is, but for us to have a detailed technical workshop on, or whatever the approach is, on that question, because I think it's really important. And you know, for us to be able to work together on interoperability, we've got to get our minds clear on the answer to that question.
If I may, Richard, I would maybe just note that last year, when the MOU was signed between our organizations, a group of us from the ISSB and a group of your staff from the GRI, some of whom I think I see in the room there, got together and sort of locked ourselves in a room for a couple of days to kind of talk about some things and sort of figure out, you know, how we might get on the same page on some things that had maybe been challenges for us historically. And this is one of the issues that we discussed, and I think it was really encouraging to find that when we sort of sat down and hashed out how we were thinking about some of these things and how we were talking about some of these things, we found out we're not, in fact, all that far apart. I think most of us view this as somewhat cyclical, and therefore it is sort of difficult to point to any one thing as a starting point necessarily when you're thinking about things in sort of a cyclical way. And from a more systems perspective, but certainly we all agreed that impact is an incredibly critical starting point. But we also all agreed, I think, that it's really important for an entity to not only consider its own impacts, but to consider the impacts of others. Otherwise, you know, risks and opportunities can be missed and can then snowball. So I agree with Richard wholeheartedly that this is something that it would be really incredibly beneficial for both of our organizations to work together on to move the thinking forward.
Just to illustrate that point, in S2, we have extensive requirements for reporting on emissions, so reporting all Scope 3 broken down by GHG protocol categories. Now, those are impact metrics, right? You know, that's a measure of how much is the organization contributing to, if I can use that word, contributing to global warming, right? That's a very different question from what are the dependencies of the organization on resources that are affected by climate. Now, our view is that those impact measures, those emissions impact metrics, are incredibly important for business because they need to manage a sustainability transition. But the lens is the investor. The lens is if the business currently has a high carbon footprint, what's it doing about it? And what are the implications of what it's doing about it for the returns the business generates, which is a different lens from how are stakeholders other than investors impacted by those things. So I think it's to reinforce, I think it's incredibly important and incredibly important that we do the kind of the lockdown that Romy just described and really go through this very carefully.
Okay.
Michel has his hand up.
I see that, yes. Michel, please, go ahead.
Yeah, yes, hello. I wanted to come back to what I will call the apparent difference in materiality definition. I think it's an issue and a very important issue because you're using a definition which is basically different than the definition of the rest of the world. Europe moved to that definition of double materiality. Asia clearly is including other stakeholders and impacts in their definition of materiality also. So I think it will be an issue for an international adoption of ISSB sustainability standards, IFRS sustainability standards. Now, I mentioned apparent difference in materiality definition because if you look at double materiality, there are two definitions of double materiality. One, which I don't like, which is there is a sustainability materiality and a financial materiality. I don't like that one because I don't know of any sustainability issue which couldn't, in the medium to long term, have an impact on sales or on cost or on the risk profile of the organization, meaning on the cost of capital. So it always has a financial impact. Whether it can be quantified, that's a different issue. Or simply said, if an organization has an impact somewhere, there is always a risk or an opportunity which is associated to that impact. If the impact is positive, it's an opportunity. If the impact is negative, it's a risk. If there is no risk or opportunity associated, the impact is simply not material. So this is where I'm saying that, in my opinion, there is a convergence, but because it's explicitly expressed as being different, I believe that ISSB is going to miss risk and opportunities by just not wanting to look at impacts.
So again, I think that illustrates really clearly why we need to spend more time on this topic, because I think fundamentally the concept of materiality is not different. The application of it is, right? So yes. You know, the concept of material is one of useful information to a defined set of users. And from our point of view, unambiguously, the users are investors. That's the role of the ISSB. So the question for us is information material to that set of users? From an impact materiality lens, you've got a much broader set of users, and so a different application of the concept, but the concept itself is the same, right? But so it's, again, I think we're not going to be able to resolve this here and now, but it's, I couldn't agree more. It's incredibly important that we're clear about this.
Just one last comment that I could ask. I really don't believe that there is an annual report in which investors are interested and a sustainability report in which other stakeholders are interested. If you look at what makes a good annual report or a good sustainability report, the principles and elements of content are basically identical. And what moves me further into that is that if you look at questions raised by rating agencies, those used by customers, the questions are the same than those used by financial rating agency of type of MSCI and so on. All rating agencies are looking at governance, at metrics, performance, and at controversies. And some of them, if you take CDP is supposed to be for investors, but is used by more and more customers on their supply chain section. So I really think that there is a core of the report which fits the definition of integrated report, which is in fact of interest to all stakeholders, and it's usually complemented by appendixes where professionals of certain constituencies want more information. And so this is why usually you have a governance section, an additional risk and opportunities section, a financial section, an extra financial sections, which are usually needed because some people want more information than just what fits with the integrated report as it was defined by the International Integrated Reporting Council, which you have absorbed anyway.
Yeah, I hear that, Michelle. But would you say that the interests of investors in a corporation are the same as the interests of all other stakeholders?
I believe that if some stakeholders have an interest on an organization, in the past, sustainability was defined as stakeholders' expectations, stakeholder engagement. It's more and more evolving into, you're engaging stakeholders on the impact you have on them. If you have no impact, they're basically not a stakeholder. So stakeholders are more becoming an element of context, if I may say so. And what matters is really impacts.
Yeah. But again, we probably should move on because I'm not going to resolve this here. But you're close to saying that we don't need to worry about externalities because the interests of investors are aligned with the interests of other stakeholders, and that can't be right.
No, what I'm basically saying is that if you have an impact on some stakeholders, sooner or later, it's going to have a financial impact on the organization.
Yes, there's the critical thing. The sooner or later is the critical thing. It needs to be sooner rather than later, and therein lies the difference, I think.
So I think if I can sort of come in here, Richard, it seems to me that what you are experiencing here is the result of a kind of urgency I mean, whether or not we get on the same page about materiality, we have to have a basis on which the two organizations can consider their interaction. It has been a year, so I think part of what we're hearing today is. We really have to move beyond these kind of discussions, but the fact is that this issue that has come up today about different views on materiality is quite fundamental, and I don't know that it's not necessarily obvious to me anyway, although it won't be up to me in a short time, whether or not this is something that is kind of straightforwardly resolvable or needs somehow to be just accommodated. But I think the view that Michel has expressed is very widely held among not just many members of the GSSB, but among a very large community of practitioners of sustainability reporting, and for that matter, investors who don't, frankly, confine their views to the report that somebody decides has been designated for their purposes. They prefer to, in most cases, use all the information that is available to them to inform their decisions. But let's kind of move on here, and I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to ask any questions. Can I raise one myself, which is that your agenda consultation, particularly where it concerns the the what next question. It's extremely broad to sort of put it out there to stakeholders to say, do you think we should do biodiversity? Do you think we should do human capital? Do you think we should do human rights? These are very, very big buckets. And unless you're providing people with something more to hold on to there, I dare say you're going to get a lot of yes, please, to all of that. So can you tell us what kind of feedback and indication you're expecting to get from your agenda consultation, and on what basis could you interpret that? I think the stakeholders who may be responding to this, it's a bit of a Rorschach test as to just what might be contained, for example, in human rights, and people will say, yes, you should do human rights with a certain understanding in their own minds about what that might cover, which may or may not be reflected in what you eventually go on to sketch out in a proper project plan. So how are you going to deal with that? How are you going to ensure that the feedback you're getting is directional and robust and specific enough to really sort of indicate to the market what to expect, and also to drive the allocation of your own internal resources around the achievement of certain objectives that may or may not be very clear at the moment?
Yeah. So thanks, Judy. So two things. Firstly, your summary of what Michelle was describing, and that those views being widely held and so on. I think I couldn't agree more. I think it was a really nice summary, very, very important, and I think it's essential that we explore that further and sooner. So that's the first thing, just to agree with you on all of that. Second thing, on the consultation, of course, there's a we can't go out with a blank piece of paper. At the same time, we can't go out saying, here's what we're going to do in some detail, because then we get, the blank piece of paper will attract comments along the lines of, well, haven't you given this any thought? And the detailed list will attract comments along the lines of, well, you've already decided, why are you consulting? So what we've got is sort of in between the two, right? It's we hear these are the themes, but we're not trying to lead the witness at all. It's by design very broad. Romy is playing a lead role in running this process. So Romy, can I ask you to comment further on the allocation, how we'll do the analysis and so on?
Yeah. I mean, Judy, your assessment is exactly right, and essentially the list that we're going out with is the list that has come out of exactly what you described, where sort of we've heard yes, please, we need more information on these very broad topics. Well, that's helpful. It gives us a direction to move in, but we need more than that, as you've suggested. And so kind of the point of this consultation is to try to drive respondents to maybe dig a little deeper and go a little bit further. And so I think one of the things that we're going to do with this consultation is really try to be as thoughtful as possible about the specific questions that we ask of respondents, to try to get a sense of, okay, well, when you tell us that, additional information about human capital, for example, is important, what does that mean? What exactly are you looking for? Are you talking about diversity and inclusion? Or are you talking about workforce health and safety? What exactly is it that you're looking for? Again, we might get yes, please across the full range of things, but I think at that point it becomes a matter of, like you said, trying to figure out how do we allocate our resources to the highest priority of those areas. So that's one of the real goals of this consultation, is to get a sense of, within these broadly sketched sort of content areas, what are the key things that really need to be focused on? And primarily, what are the key things that need to be focused on from the investor perspective to try to get to a point where we're actually establishing some kind of additive component of that baseline that we talk about so often. So your assessment is right on, and like Richard said, we're just really trying to walk that line between sort of going too far and not going far enough.
Anyone? I mean, I suppose I might say just to kind of cap that discussion off. What we have done in past years with our work program development and consultation is, you know, when there are new topics or new subject matter areas that are being proposed, we do provide a paragraph at least on kind of what we mean by, or what might be under consideration, because otherwise you do get just, well, I mean, the risk is that you're relying on stakeholders to generate content that is robust, and it may or may not be. But I would just, I mean, all of that is obviously in the public domain. So if there's you know, it may also help to just understand what under those buckets is already covered in GRI and other existing frameworks that then could be considered by ISSB for development. They are just very broad topics, you know, areas. So, does anyone else have any other matters that they want to raise? Any questions or observations?
Well, Judy, I mean, just to say there will be a fairly expansive description of the topics, so it's not just the headline, as it were.
Okay,
but,
so that was my question, frankly, because all I've seen so far is the headline. And if you,
sorry, but what there won't be is a structure of, you know, this headline means the following metrics or the following disclosures, the following sort of categorizations or something. So it's
no, of course, yes,
a discussion of what we mean when we say human capital, for example.
Yeah, great. That's actually specifically what I was trying to establish there. Will it be more than the headline? Okay. All right. Thank you. Bastian.
Yeah. Maybe to build on the earlier discussion, I think one thing that will be very important in that space of to be explored between the two boards is the format in which information will be made available. You did mention that you're working on an XBRL or a taxonomy, digital taxonomy. That's an area where we can collaborate, where stakeholder expectations certainly are, that there is interoperability in this digital enabled reporting. But to take a step back from that, when we look at the output format, can you describe where you're landing now with S1 and S2 in the final drafting, what the expectation is of the information? Where does it sit? Does it sit in an annual report? Is it a separate report? Is it ring-fenced in the sense that you draw a circle around a certain set of information, you keep it separate? That's I think is important because at the GSB over the years we've started to develop the approach that wherever the information sits, it is important that it can be located and identified in relation to the disclosures that are set out, but we're fairly outcome agnostic as far as the format is concerned. So that will be an interesting thing to hear from you on. Also in relation to the recent announcement of the IASB to work on climate as well. And there you have a very clear direction. You're talking about financial statements, right? And contextual information to financial statements. Then you have the ISB set of information, and for the GSB to look at it, to say all the information that is produced based on the GRI standards, is that co-located? Is it separate?
Yeah. Okay. Good questions. So, taking the second one first, the relationship between ISSB and IASB is obviously critically important to us because we see ourselves as providing complementary parts of the same set of information. There's clearly an overlap in that with respect to financial effects of sustainability related risks and opportunities in the current financial statements. So if you have something that's recognized as a provision or a change in assets or something, then is the disclosure relating to that something is for us or for the IASB? It's not something that the IASB has given explicit consideration to in the past. but clearly recognition of the financial statements is an IASB issue. So this is something on which I think it's sensible actually for them to be exposing and thinking about how does climate affect the financial statements, but to do so in the light of S2 and the required disclosures, prospective and financial effect disclosures in S2. So what you should see coming from that is greater evidence of in-depth and connected thinking across both teams, actually. So that's what they encourage. We're very similar to, I think, what you just described, Bastian, in terms of sort of presentationally agnostic. You know, the key point is that investors can access the information that is material to them in a way that is not obscured and so on. But we don't say, you know, it must be in the following format. Did you want to add to that, Roman?
Just that, you know, to some degree, that's sort of a necessary function of trying to do international reporting where there are different requirements in different jurisdictions around the world for where certain aspects of some of the information that we're asking for might need to be disclosed. Governance is a great example. And so it would be very challenging for us to sort of, you know, mandate that this needs to be all sort of self-contained in one particular place or one particular report without running into some problems, which I'm sure is something that you all have run into and considered as well.
Any others? I'm going to assume that the comments in the chat window are just side comments, nothing at the moment to do with questions into this discussion. Okay, well, I mean, we're about 2 minutes or so ahead of schedule here, but let me take a moment to say thank you very much to Richard and Romy for their time this morning and for speaking with us. I think, as you can see, you know, the GSSB, you know, stands ready, remains ready to engage in a deeper level of dialogue with you towards some more substantial, concrete outcomes than we can do in a short discussion in the public meeting. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm sure we'll be in touch through the standards division on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, no, thank you, Julie. And just to say, so I'm the designated board member for this relationship. Bastian and I have been working closely together over the last few weeks on this and also on other forms of interaction and engagement. So I look forward to extending this start.
Very good.
Yeah. And I'll just say really quickly on the staff side, we've been in touch as well. And I was talking to Harold recently, and I think we both agreed that we would very much like to get to a point very soon where it is not a big deal for the ISSB and the GSSB and GRI to get together and chat. I think it's important that this just become a matter of course and not sort of an event. So we look forward to that.
Well said, yeah.
Very good. Okay, well, we have a short break in our agenda now. Could you all please come back in 15 minutes? And we'll resume the discussion at that point with TNFD at that moment. Thank you again, and we'll look forward to discussing soon. Okay, 15-minute break. We'll come back then. Thanks. And I think, you know, we're also grateful for the collaboration that we've had between our organizations over the course of the development of the draft biodiversity standard in particular, and very much look forward to hearing your thoughts today. I'll just turn it over to you on that basis and welcome your comments and information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you today. And as you said, we're delighted with the collaboration with the GSSB and GRI over the last 18 months since the task force started its work. We've been moving at pace and very much appreciated the tremendous input that we've had. And I might say I had an opportunity to meet with Elko at GF from GRI in New York just last Friday. We had a terrific discussion. What we wanted to do today was give you an update on the approach that we've taken to developing a framework, an integrated framework for nature-related risk management and disclosure. As you probably know, the task force was formed about 18 months ago, and if we go to the next slide, we'll share with you who our task force members are. The task force was launched in October 2021, and 40 task force members. We were significantly oversubscribed for seats on the task force when we announced the formation of the task force, and we wanted to harness that interest and energy from the market right from the beginning. So we created something called the TNFD Forum as an institutional support group around this work, and very much drawing in market expertise as we go. The forum started, I think, with about 50 or 60 institutions 18 months ago, and we've just actually crossed 1,000 this week. So I think that's a really interesting signal of the sheer interest and level of market engagement on the nature topic. I'm told by people working in finance and ESG investing that nature and biodiversity are the sort of hottest, biggest new themes in the ESG investing space. So from an investor perspective, there's a huge amount of interest. We've obviously also had the Global Biodiversity Framework negotiated in Montreal in December, now supported by 190 countries, which is called, as you will well know, in Target 15, calls for the disclosure of risks, dependencies, and impacts. And so, I think there's this huge momentum behind this agenda. It seems like we have an issue with the slides not moving forward. If it's helpful, we can do the slides, the screen share from our end, if that might be easier.
Yeah, no, we're just going to change it. We're going to just take it down and put it back up again.
Okay, take your time.
Great technical issues, always.
That's okay. I'll just keep providing some background and context while we're sorting that out.
Thank you, Tony.
I think important to note that the task force is a voluntary market-led initiative. So all of the task force members are from the private sector, and you'll see the list of the task force members in a moment. Drawn from companies, financial institutions, and market intermediaries. There we go. There they are there. So you can see the mix. We've set out to build a genuinely global representation on the task force. So we had many of the world's sort of premier financial institutions wanting to join, and we actually had to politely decline their interest in order to make room for, if we can just go back one, to make room for a number of companies and financial institutions in emerging markets. So we've got representation from all corners of the world, from financial institutions, corporates, and service providers. We are also, as an initiative, fully funded by government and philanthropy. The TNFD has been supported by endorsements from both the G7 leaders as well as the G20 leaders. And we're one of the initiatives in the 2021 Sustainable Finance Working Group roadmap from the G20. So we are hoping to return this year. Our recommendations should be finalised or will be finalised in September this year. And we're in discussions with the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group about returning to that group on track, on time, in probably late July to share our recommendations with them. So from October 2021 until September this year, we were given a 2-year timeframe to develop the approach and the recommendations, and we're very much on track with that timeline. In fact, just yesterday morning, we launched the full and final draft version of the TNFD framework, and we'll take you through elements of that today. So our discussion with you today is incredibly timely. If we go to the next slide, I won't say too much about this, just to give you a sense of the level of market interest. I mentioned the forum members, where we've got 18 knowledge partners supporting our work, and we're delighted and honoured that GRI and ISSB are both amongst our knowledge partners, providing us with all of your expertise on standard setting. In that knowledge partner group also includes the leading scientific bodies like IPBES, the Stockholm Resilience Centre, IUCN and others. So we're drawing in both scientific expertise, standards expertise, and then of course all of the practical expertise from the market through those 1,000 forum members. And you can see here in the other numbers on this page, there's just the sheer amount of engagement we've had. 90,000 views of the framework, 700 pieces of feedback on the last release of the framework, version 3, which was in November. And we have 200 institutions now pilot testing the draft framework. So perhaps in a slightly unusual way, the approach that we've taken is to develop the framework not unlike software, where you put out an early prototype, you encourage market reaction and feedback, and we've been developing this iteratively over beta releases of the framework. So just yesterday, we've released the fourth and final draft. That's obviously built on the back of all of the feedback we've received from the earlier drafts, and we're now moving ahead to prepare our final recommendations in September after a final stage of feedback, which will close on the 1st of June. In parallel, we're also doing quite a lot of work on the data issues. As you will all know, the data landscape remains a challenge and a big concern. We published a data gap analysis in March last year. We then convened something we've called the Nature Data Catalyst, which is a community of data companies that are keen to work on the solutions to the data problems. We thought we would get maybe 12 to 20 companies participating in the Data Catalyst. We have 135 from the world's biggest data providers all the way down to new startups producing the next generation of technology. So that's an exciting initiative, and there's a very strong commitment to close the data gaps as quickly as possible. And coming out of that work is some tremendously exciting stories of just rapid advancement in the technologies and tools that we're going to need for market participants to do this reporting. So we're quite confident that in the next few years, a lot of the challenges that people are talking about today will be addressed. If we just move ahead, just a sense of our timeline. So I mentioned the beta releases and the fact that we're on track with our recommendations coming in September. We're very happy to send you after this meeting a copy of our final draft that was published yesterday for you to circulate amongst your group. And we do have a final period of consultation until the 1st of June, and we will actually be replicating the kind of comment letter process that you and other standards bodies have, so that we can make that an open, transparent process aligned with the best practice standards that you've set. So we're on track for September. If we just go to the next page. I'll hand over now to Emily to take you through the framework, the key elements of the framework, and some of the details that we've just released around metrics and other topics like that. So over to you, Emily.
Thanks, Tony, and I'm sure I'll hand back to you on some parts of here which are about the wider environment in which we're operating. But in a nutshell, the TNFD framework, it's a risk management and disclosure framework, and at its heart, it has 3 core components. Like TCFD, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures has also set out recommended disclosures at the top of this dartboard. We have gone one step further based on feedback from market participants that nature is new to many organizations and complicated. We have also developed an internal assessment approach for assessing nature-related issues, which we've called LEAP, and I'll show you that a little later. And then we have also consolidated a set of core concepts related to nature and nature-related issues with definitions. So that's to create a common language system for a common understanding amongst organizations of these issues. So those are the 3 central core components: the disclosure recommendations, an internal assessment approach for nature-related issues, and a set of concepts and definitions. Around that is a whole host of guidance on technical aspects of the framework relating to data, metrics and targets, as well as scenarios, and then also guidance that's breaking down by sector and by biome, by type of ecosystem, to enable users to get more granular as needed if there are additional considerations from those perspectives. So that is our sort of depiction of what the framework really consists of and its core components. And I'll go through that in a little more detail. If we could go to the next slide. At the heart of the framework are these core concepts, the core building blocks of the framework, run throughout the logic of the disclosure recommendations and also the LEAP approach. So at the heart is the understanding that nature is an asset that's providing vital services to all of society and to organizations, including businesses, that they depend on and that they're having impacts on. And it's those impacts and dependencies on nature that create risks and opportunities to the organization and to wider society, which have implications for organizations. So this is a simple depiction of the overall core building blocks and core conceptual framework, which runs throughout the entire piece. You'll see that running as a thread as we go through things. If we could go to the next slide. Maybe I'll hand to you, Tony, just to talk about the organizational.
Well, yeah. So as Emily's outlined, we've got these 4 building blocks to the framework, and they nicely align with the both the policy landscape as well as the standards landscape that's emerging. So many of you will be aware that Target 15 of the recently negotiated Global Biodiversity Framework calls for corporate reporting on dependencies, impacts and risks. It does not mention opportunities, but it does cover dependencies, impacts and risks. Obviously, we're aware of the work of GRI on the impact side and the IFRS and the ISSB's focus on investor materiality and the focus on risks and opportunities. So what we've set out to do is to build an integrated approach. We've been very clear with the market that we are, like TCFD, providing a set of recommendations and a framework, and those recommendations and framework are not a standard, but they will hopefully inform the development of future standards, just as the TCFD work has done. And so we're trying to create this connective tissue between what we now have in terms of global policy goals represented by the Global Biodiversity Framework and the work that you and ISSB and ultimately national regulators are developing in terms of either voluntary standards or mandatory requirements. So that's been our approach. We've often been asked the question, well, what's TNFD's view on materiality? And we had a number of people sort of expecting us to take a position of either single or double materiality. And our view is that as a tool developer, it's our job to enable the materiality preferences of the report preparers. It's not TNFD's materiality preference that matters. It's our job to provide a set of tools and guidance that can work, recognizing that there are actually different approaches to materiality across the jurisdictions in which we want to all see companies identifying, assessing and disclosing on their nature-related issues. So that's the approach we've taken. I think we articulated that in our 3rd release in November, and generally the market's responded very well to that. And so our hope is that our integrated approach covering all 4 of these building blocks and our approach to materiality can then encourage a large number of organizations to start considering and then disclosing their nature-related issues. And I think if we move to the next slide, what we've also tried to do, because we've been getting a lot of questions, as I'm sure you have, about, well, how does all of this fit together? We can't quite see all of the puzzle pieces coming together. And we've been using this graphic over the last few weeks to quite good effect. Starting with where the market's head is at, which is obviously immersed in the climate context, and trying to draw the parallels. So you can see at the top level, the policy guidance from both Paris and now Montreal. We then have integrative frameworks like TNFD and TCFD, as well as the target setting work of SBTI and SBTN. Feeding into both the voluntary work that yourself and ISSB are developing, and we signal to your stated collaboration and the idea of the two-track approach that you've both been speaking to, and then obviously informing the work of national regulators. I think it's also fair to say that while all of that landscape is still evolving, there's clearly a lot of us working in parallel in this landscape, that companies will start drawing directly on whatever recommendations we put out in September, as they have done with TCFD. And in fact, a couple of companies have already started using the TNFD recommendations, even in draft and preparing disclosure reports. Probably the most comprehensive example of that is a Taiwanese financial services institution called HeSun, which published a TCFD-TNFD disclosure statement just a few weeks ago. But we've been told privately that there are other organizations that are preparing similar reports, so we're expecting to see more of those come out in the next few months. So if we move on to the next slide, I'll hand back to Emily just to give you a sense of some of the details and the conceptual approach of the framework.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, so returning to our overall structure of the core components of the framework, I'll just build from the bottom up to give you a flavour of the detail. Obviously, this is going to be a whistle-stop tour and there's a lot here. But beginning with the core concepts and definitions, we've gone using those fundamental concepts of nature as an asset providing services, which we are depending on and having impacts on. We've gone back to basics with how to think about nature, entering through 4 realms of land, freshwater, ocean and atmosphere, and then use the IUCN global ecosystem typology, which is also the basis for the UN system of environmental economic accounting's ecosystem accounts, to identify the types of ecosystem, the biomes that constitute those 4 realms. And so that becomes a nice organizing structure with 4 realms and 34 biomes for people to understand nature as an asset, and then using the UNCEA's structure for environmental assets and ecosystem services to break those down to conceptualize nature as an asset that provides these things that we are vitally depending on. And so this has become, we've joked about this as our periodic table, a very useful organizing construct for what sits on the left-hand side of nature. We've then drawn on many other really valuable resources, for example, the Natural Capital Protocol around dependencies and impacts, the Network for Greening the Financial System, NGFS's definitions around risks, to constitute a glossary, a shared set of definitions and understanding. But this is just one example of how we've done that. And we continue to build that out and refine it based on feedback. And we hope, drawing on the work of others, that becomes this sort of common language, universal language. And indeed, we've drawn on GRI's glossary for much of it. Particularly now, we've been getting into the finer details. We've been referring to GRI's glossary and referencing that. If you go to the next slide, please. So then moving up to the other core component, building on those definitions of the recommended disclosures. So TNFD, like TCFD, we have structured our guidance in the same, in a similar way, with a set of recommendations organized around the same 4 pillars of TCFDs. So governance, strategy, risk and impact management, and metrics and targets. So we structure our disclosures in the same 4 pillars. We've made one important wording change to the 3rd pillar. So you'll note that we call it risk and impact management. TCFD uses risk management, and that's based on the task force, the TNFD's recognition that dependencies, impacts, risks and opportunities matter, and we would like to enable the framework, as Tony explained, to be able to be applied for those organizations that would choose or need to disclose dependencies and impacts also. So it's to make the framework coherent and applicable across jurisdictions with different materiality approaches. In that organizing structure of the 4 pillars, we have 14 recommended disclosures that organizations should include. These are aligned with TCFD's 11 recommendations, which we have carried across, of course, refining them as needed for the nature context, building on TCFDs. And we have extended this with 3 additional recommended disclosures, which the TNFD feels are needed when considering nature-related issues. These relate to location, and I'll show them in detail in a moment, location, stakeholder engagement, and issues along the value chain. So with that structure of the 4 pillars and these 14 recommended disclosures, we then provide guidance for all sectors, just like TCFD did, so implementation guidance for how to apply and implement those disclosures. And that's one of the very substantive parts of what we published yesterday as part of our final beta release. And then we're starting to develop supplemental guidance like TCFD did for certain sectors, and going that one step further, which is necessary for nature, to look also at biomes. So it's not a complete set, but we set out our first draft set for 4 sectors and 4 biomes yesterday. And this is the guidance that provides that more granular interpretation, a fuller picture of potential nature-related issues when you come from that perspective, from that sector, or interfacing with that biome. That's the way we structure our guidance around the disclosures. If you could go to the next slide. This, I apologise that the font is small, so you won't be able to see the detail, but this is how we then visualise it. You can see the 14 disclosures organised around the 4 pillars, and how, in particular, how these adjustments we have made further from TCFDs. And it will be interesting in the Q&A if we can go back to some of the details here. I think one of the most important and interesting connection points maybe with us will be around some of the new disclosure recommendations that TNFD has made that have these useful and important links back to GRI's and GSSB's work, particularly around this strategy D, which is to disclose the locations where there are interactions that could be high risk. So we're looking at locations where there may be characteristics of the ecosystem, its integrity, its biodiversity importance, and areas of water stress that then would be disclosed. So that's a new disclosure beyond what TCFD did, recognizing that place really matters, location really matters when you're looking at nature-related issues. And then the disclosure risk and impact management D, which is focusing on stakeholder engagement, again, building on that recognition that nature-related issues affect stakeholders and communities in real places. We have a new disclosure on describing how affected stakeholders are engaged by the organisation in their assessment and management of nature-related issues. So those are just 2 I would highlight as being new, and I think of particularly important relevance to your own work. We go to the next slide, just turn to the LEAP approach briefly. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we had this market feedback that we needed to go further than TCFD had done in creating not just recommended disclosures, but an internal assessment approach that organisations can use within their own structures to identify and assess nature-related issues. And so it's structured, we call it LEAP. It has these 4 phases of locating your interface with nature, then evaluating impacts and dependencies to assess your risks and opportunities, and then preparing to respond in ways that improve decision-making, as well as in terms of disclosure. We'll show you in a moment the wider user group that we see for our frameworks. It's not just for organisations that may be required to disclose. What we're finding from the 200 organisations who are pilot testing the LEAP approach is that there are many organisations who are finding this extremely helpful for informing decision-making and strategy, but would not disclose, be required to disclose or choose to disclose. And so we say this as a suggestive approach, which can be useful for preparing disclosures, but is more broadly useful. Sorry, I have a fire alarm, so I'm going to hand to Tony for the next
one. Thanks so much, Emily. If we just move on to the next slide.
My fire alarm's ended.
Oh, it's ended. Okay. If we just move on to the next slide. I think, as Emily was just saying there, I think what we're envisaging is, because of this interest and demand in doing the identification and assessment of nature-related issues before getting to disclosure, we actually think that there's 2 target audiences for TNFD's work. One is obviously the community of companies, or the population of companies that have to have disclosure requirements. So that would be on the right-hand side, where they may or may not choose to use LEAP. LEAP is only suggestive guidance, it's not required. to be used, but we think most companies haven't done anything like this before, so in the absence of something else, they'll probably use LEAP. And then, of course, they'll use the TNFD disclosure requirements to help them prepare their disclosures. But there is actually a much bigger community potentially of users, which is small and medium-sized enterprises who may not have disclosure requirements, but we actively want to encourage them to be identifying and assessing the nature-related issues, not just for the benefit of their own risk management as a business, as an organisation, but also because the information that they generate from their own nature-related assessment needs to flow up and down the supply chains to inform the disclosure requirements of bigger organisations. So we actually see the addressable market for the TNFD guidance has actually been, basically all organisations that have interfaces with nature, which is across sectors. But obviously there is that community of companies and organisations with disclosure requirements for whom the TCFD aligned disclosures will be particularly important. So I think we can move on to the next slide. I'm conscious that we might be saying too much and we'd like to get feedback from you, but we'd like to maybe just share with you our approach to metrics. This has been a huge focus of work for us for the last 12 months. The market was sort of anxiously awaiting our approach to disclosure metrics. We've actually drawn a lot on the existing work of GRI in getting to this. So I'll hand over to Emily to take you through where we've got to on disclosure metrics.
Yeah, thanks. Let me just give you a bit of detail on this, and we'll open up for your questions and comments. So the task force has been incrementally building its approach to metrics since it began its work 18 months ago. And we have begun by looking at the broader landscape. We undertook a landscape assessment last year of relevant indicators and metrics on nature from existing standards, including GRI standards, also CDP, SASB, the European Sustainability Reporting Standards and others. We then consolidated these into a smaller set organised around the LEAP approach, and that's what we call our assessment metrics. What we've done in the last couple of months is then scrutinise those to build out a smaller set of disclosure metrics, which we break down into core disclosure metrics, which would be strongly recommended. There are global core metrics, which are for all organisations, and sector core sector metrics, which are specifically for certain sectors. And then there are a wider set of disclosure metrics drawing on those assessment metrics, which are recommended and provide flexibility for organisations to select the measurement approach which is going to be most relevant for them. And so this is informed by a structural choice, which is, if you go to the next slide, in order to provide comparability, point 2. So we have these core metrics designed to provide comparability, particularly that's of interest we're hearing from financial institutions within sectors, but also across sectors. But also then the flexibility for report preparers, which we are also recognising is important. We've had strong feedback that it's at the sector and biome specific level. There's a lot that is highly context specific. So there needs to be flexibility to adapt for differences needed for different business models and different contexts. So what we've done, taking a step back to try to make this practical, balancing the complexity of what we know about nature and the science around nature with the need to create something that can be applied starting now. We've taken a leading indicators approach, similar to how you might see in economic and financial reporting, so scrutinising this to get a smaller set that will give be practical to implement and give meaningful information. So we'll do some further pilot testing. This remains draft, and I'll show you the detail in a moment. But we think we've thought it through with close consultation with GRI and other partners and experts to try to get to a good first set for further feedback now. And you'll see in my point 4 here that one of the filters we used for thinking through how to prioritise the core disclosure metrics was alignment with global policy goals, including the Global Biodiversity Framework, to provide opportunities for companies and financial institutions to demonstrate their alignment with those. So this was the thinking. very briefly, if you go to the next slide, very briefly, we've used the drivers of nature change, which come from IPBES, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. We've adapted them slightly to emphasize that within any category of driver of nature change, organizations, of course, can and may have negative impacts on nature, but can also seize opportunities for business models that enable them to have positive impacts on nature. And we have distinguished there between mitigation of negative impacts and actions which have positive impacts, including restoration, regeneration, and conservation. We go to the next slide. This provides a more granular, I won't go through all the detail here, but a more granular visual for how we've done that filtering approach as we've thought about metrics. So we have this larger pool of assessment metrics structured around the LEAP approach, which I just showed you, metrics which are relevant at the locate phase for identifying priority locations, metrics for evaluating dependencies and impacts, which move across drivers of impact through to the state of nature and the provision of ecosystem services, risk and opportunity metrics, and metrics which relate to how organizations respond to all of that. And we've used GRI metrics throughout this and found them particularly helpful, for example, on response metrics and in thinking about dependencies and impacts, and know that GRI has also been informed by the work of the Align project, which has also informed our thinking. And then you get to the kind of the pointy end of the funnel, which is where our attention has been in the last couple of months on disclosure metrics. And as I mentioned, that's structured around a larger pool of additional disclosure metrics and those that are for sectors and a small set of core global metrics. So if we go to the next slide, I think we now visualize what those are. Yeah, so what we've proposed is 4 core global metrics on risks, 1 core global metric on opportunities, and then 10 core global metrics relating to impact drivers. And then at the moment, this is the proposal, we've only done core sector metrics for 1 sector, which is agriculture and food. And we propose 10 core sector metrics for agriculture and food, but then we will go through a meaningful process to identify what those should be for other sectors and draft and share those over time. So this is how the metrics are structured. And if we go to the next slide, it shows the first draft that we've proposed yesterday. So these are the 10, on the left-hand side, the 10 core metrics for disclosures around dependencies and impacts. They are all relate to impact drivers, so what an organization is doing that is driving change. And they're structured around the IPBES, 4 of the 5 IPBES drivers of nature change. Climate change is recognized, but we refer back to TCFD for that guidance. And then we have a set of metrics structured around land, freshwater and ocean use change, pollution and resource use. We've highlighted in the core metrics those drivers of negative change, but there are additional metrics that relate to positive change also, as well as invasive alien species, which is one of the drivers of nature change that IPBES identifies, but we've had feedback about it being potentially difficult to specify a metric that would be relevant across all sectors and practical to implement. And then we have this small set of 4 relating to risks and opportunities, which we've built very much from the learnings from TCFD, getting into the implications for an organisation in terms of financial risks and opportunities. So that gives you a flavour of it. We also have done some work in the release on stakeholder engagement, so we'd be happy to cover that with you. Also, what we've done on draft guidance on engaging affected stakeholders. Again, learning from GRI's own work on that. But maybe we should pause now so we have time for comments and questions, and we can dig into any further details as would be most useful to you.
Thank you very much, Emily and Tony. That's been very informative. Yes, who would like to ask a question or make an observation? Shulendra, yes, please, go ahead.
Hi, Emily, this is Shulendra De Silva. I was just seeing the metrics here. I was just wondering, do you have any kind of format that you would expect reportees to report on, or does it really, or are you agnostic of where this type of information sits within their reports?
Thanks. Yeah, we encourage the use of TNFD reporting to be integrated into mainstream financial reports. That's what we're encouraging and specifying. When we get to the actual metrics detail, this is a very high level summary, as you can imagine. We specifying in much more detail in the disclosure guidance and more detailed annexes, more granular detail about using, for example, baselines and reference dates, the best practice for using absolute and intensity, efficiency, and rate of change. So there's a lot more granular detail on guidance for how to use the metrics. We think we need to go further. You know, this is the first draft. We now will need to, first of all, scrutinize if this is the right set, and then also build out further detailed guidance for each of them. We've tried in this release that went out yesterday to make sure that we've gone back to the key definitions that relate to them and refine those. I might just
add to that. We've got a lot of, as I'm sure you've experienced, a lot of requests for illustrative examples of what disclosure statement would look like. And so we're actually working with a couple of companies who have expressed a willingness to use their own business to develop up a prototype disclosure statement. And so we're hoping that those will be ready in the next few months so that we can provide those as illustrative examples. And that will probably help to showcase how these metrics could be presented, either tabular form or visualized, etc., time series. I think we haven't yet got into that level of detail, but that'll be important for us to try and test and see what's possible.
Okay, got Anna, I think, has raised her hand. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Emily and Tony, for a great presentation. This is Anna Nefedova. As I look at this core global metrics, and I didn't have a chance to read the beta version quite yet, since it's quite new, I wonder, when it comes to impacts and dependencies, is there a section that describes on how you would apply it not to the organization's operations, but to the areas outside, supply chain, or perhaps the downstream impacts? I can see where risks and opportunities can relatively organically cover that, but as I look at the impacts and dependencies, I would appreciate more guidance on what exactly fits in this number, and for companies whose impacts are not focused within their own operations, how would they go about reporting these?
Yes, absolutely. And so this is where the nesting of the metrics within the overall implementation guidance for the disclosures is actually very important. So people who are using the TNFD framework would start from the 14 disclosure recommendations and then work through to say which indicators and metrics are being recommended at which stage. And I say that because we have one of the important, I don't know if you could just go back to a slide before. Yeah. So you can see that the impact and dependency metrics, for example, are related to the strategy A metrics and targets B disclosures. And those then specify the importance of looking at your most material impacts and dependencies along the value chain, not only direct operations. And then specify, in quite clearly looking at the most relevant issues that have been identified across the value chain. For the metrics at the moment, what we have said in the draft is at a minimum looking at direct operations, but we recognize, particularly for financial institutions, but for many organizations, particularly around those metrics that relate to the use of natural resources and commodities, that upstream may be more material. So we've given those general indications. We've also tried in this last release, for example, tried to produce guidance that enables people to practically get started when they're in very complicated organizations. So for example, we produced guidance on risk assessment processes, 3 methods that can be used, including heat mapping, which is often a useful first start for looking across your value chain and across complex portfolios to start to see where the most material impacts and dependencies are. We've also in the sector guidance used the Encore and SBTN materiality matrices again to show where they don't always cover downstream. Downstream is tricky, but for upstream, where for different sectors, the most material issues could arise. So we're starting to try to create the guidance to enable people to identify this and to specify clearly where it's needed. But there'll be more work in the detail, as I'm sure you're alluding to, Anna, then to get more granular. And we're seeing that there's a very fruitful work at the sector group level. We organised the TNFD into working groups and then now broken into sector working groups. And in those sector working groups, that's where it's very interesting emerging details around particular value chains where the most important issues emerge and what may be practical and robust metrics to use. So, for example, with the agriculture and food sector, that those kinds of issues have started to emerge through their working process.
Thank you. I look forward to reading the beta version.
Thank you.
Anna, I might just add to that. We didn't cover it in our presentation, but it's in the release yesterday. And we've said this previously. We've obviously had to adapt the language of scopes from climate reporting for the nature context because scope 2 doesn't really work in the nature context. So what we've said is we think we call scope 1 direct. And the market's been quite clear in asking us to clarify how to think about scope 3. So what we've articulated is we think scope 3 can just simply be broken down as upstream, downstream, and financed. Financed obviously for financial institutions, which is a version of upstream, downstream, but we think it's important to be explicit for financial institutions about what they're financing, hence the use of the term financed. So we'll see how the market reacts to that, but we're just trying to provide, again, a language system that sort of parallels the climate constructs, but without getting held hostage to the fact that scope 2 concept doesn't really work.
Anyone have a question? Oh, yes, Elodie.
Yes, and hi, Tony. Hi, Emily, and well, congratulations on releasing this last iteration of the beta framework. I have a couple of questions, but maybe, yeah, just starting with one following up maybe on what Anna just mentioned. I think that issue of reporting outside of your own operations and looking at the value chain and supply chain in particular seems to be at the same time very important but very challenging. And I know you made a point around this data catalyst and the need to get more data for reporters. And as you know, we just ended our own consultation on our exposure draft, and I think that's probably also a very strong point of feedback that we got many times, is that the ability to access data, to report information on the supply chain, the expertise that you need, the capacity and skills that you need within the organizations or for organization to be able to access in a way or another, to be able to report information on supply chain. I also think that within your framework, you give 5 years to an organization to become compliant. So I guess that also covers the coverage of the supply chain. And I was wondering if through your own feedback and pilot testing process, if you also had further insight on that in terms of how feasible and how long it would take for organization to be able to cover the supply chain. And I also have, go ahead.
Sorry, Elodie, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I just had a second question after, but it's more, I guess, a precision on the metrics or disclosure metrics that you presented. I was also wondering what is your take now in this last version in terms of the level of aggregation that you require company to report, considering that information, that site-specific or location-specific information is so critical for biodiversity.
Yeah. Well, Emily, maybe you want to take the last question on the aggregation. On your first point, Elodie, I think, we've all seen from climate reporting that scope 3 is causing a lot of pain and heartburn for most companies and organizations. They're finding it really difficult. We're hoping that the distinction between downstream and upstream helps to make things a little bit more manageable on the nature side, because if it's been hard on climate with 1 unit of measurement, CO2e, and half a dozen gases, it's going to be potentially significantly more complicated on the nature side. There are, of course, some amazing new technology tools, both satellite technology for assessing extent, and then things like eDNA that are coming in terms of assessing condition of ecosystems and what's happening at quite a granular level. Those things are moving very quickly, so we're hopeful that the technology solutions are coming quite fast. But what we've tried to do is to openly acknowledge that this isn't going to happen straight away, that we need to allow market participants to see what they can do. It may be much more possible to do things upstream in some supply chains than in other supply chains. So one of the general requirements that we put into the framework is that companies should explain or describe the extent of the disclosures that they're making, so that they can be very transparent what they've been able to do and what they haven't been able to do. We're also asking them to make a statement about what they hope to do in the future, so that report users can get a sense of the ambition that they have for expanding their coverage. It may be over different supply chains or different geographies over time. So I think we've been listening to the market. We've heard the frustration and the anxiety about Scope 3 climate reporting. We've tried to acknowledge that and signal a practical approach so that this can evolve over time.
Thanks, Elodie. On your second question, at the moment in the disclosure metrics annex that relates to dependencies and impacts in particular, we've acknowledged that it's best practice to disclose metrics separately across the value chain, so direct, upstream, downstream, and finance. But we've acknowledged that that may not be possible to do to the full extent. We have that you're right, we still have that 5-year time period by which we are recommending, as TCFD did, also a 5-year time period for looking at all material issues along the value chain. And we, as I sort of alluded to before, we're particularly encouraging reporting upstream activities as well as direct for metrics related to the use of natural commodities. On location, again, this is draft for feedback, but we've been quite bold in recognising the importance of location for the issues and for the transparency that's needed for really understanding nature-related issues. So we've asked that organisations state the location that the metric refers to, referring back to the priority locations that they will have identified under Strategy D. So they have a set of priority locations based on these characteristics of the locations and potentially significant impacts and dependencies. So they are asked to relate those locations. We've also asked that, and this came back from the workshops that you participated in, Elodie, the importance of looking at these issues of what, how, and where. So when that list is a list of impact drivers, what the impact driver is, like what type of pollutant, how much impact has taken place, what's the volume. So those come back to the metrics, but also where that impact is located with reference to spatial data where possible. And this is based on the feedback from many in the market that it's this location data that is really critical for understanding the issues. And so we come back, as you alluded to the kind of the data catalyst and the importance of spatial data and spatial analysis for these metrics.
Robin, yes.
Thanks, Tony and Emily. Great presentation. I had a two-pronged question as well, and they're completely unrelated. One was the way the architecture and the language that you've used. I was just wondering to what extent you've borrowed or been influenced by state of the environment reporting frameworks like the pressure state response model, because I see some of that same language. The second question is around the LEAP methodology, because we had a brief conversation this morning about the importance of looking at that sort of impact and dependency piece before looking at risk and opportunity. And I just wondered, in terms of the impact, reflecting on the impact piece brings you to a greater understanding of the risk piece. And I was wondering what you see as being the challenges or the problems with an organisation that might start from the risk end and sort of skip over the impact piece.
Maybe I can take the second question first, Emily, and you can take the first question.
Yeah.
On that last point, you're absolutely right. So we have a very clear position running throughout the framework, and in fact, it's one of the general requirements that we ask companies to acknowledge when they say they're using TNFD. And the position is that you have to assess your dependencies and impacts in order to understand your risks and opportunities. So, and that's really grounded on the science. We see dependency as the pathway through to risk to the enterprise. And so you can't really formulate a view about the risks to the organization without having understood your dependencies on the ecosystem services that Emily spoke about before. And obviously dependencies and impacts are driving each other. A simple example would be a bottling company which is withdrawing water from a watershed. That's the impact. But if they withdraw water at an unsustainable rate this year, they might be amplifying their dependency on that ecosystem in the future, which would create an elevated risk, potentially stranded asset risk, if that watershed were to then become unsustainable or, go into a sort of tipping point decline. So we're very clear that in order to assess your risks and opportunities, you have to have understood your dependencies and impacts. And that's irrespective as to whether or not you're disclosing just risks and opportunities, or you're also taking a sort of double materiality view of then also disclosing your dependencies and impacts. Irrespective of your approach to disclosure, our view is you need to assess all four of those building blocks that we outlined in the framework. Emily, did you want to talk about the language point around pressure state response language and sort of the general way in which we're presenting our views?
Yes. We have been influenced by that thinking and have directly deployed the concepts and structure used in the Natural Capital Protocol, which also build on the pressure state response thinking. So specifically, we've used the concept of impact and dependency pathways, which outline how you move from a particular, there's the language of pressure, we call it a driver of impact to enable us to have that agnostic attitude between there are positive impact drivers as well as negative impact drivers, whereas pressure has a inherently negative connotation. A driver of change that leads to a change in the state of nature. State of nature, as I think you have been, we were influenced by the ALIGN project. We've looked at ecosystem condition and extent and species abundance and species risk. So that's enabled us to have structure for that quite complicated whole host of things around state. Of course, there's then the flow of ecosystem services that results from that change in stock of natural assets. And then, of course, the response to that and how organizations may respond, and then the feedback loop. So we found the Natural Capital Protocol to be helpful as a widely taken up structure that has then been useful to deploy in our framework around dependency and impact pathways, but that applies that same logic chain.
Thank you very much. Ganga.
In the context of, assuming the supply chain of a, food company, and in one of the slides you mentioned in a circle the small farmer. So for all practical reason, how does this, this framework is going to be more relevant and user-friendly for the, such player like farmer, for example, if I'm a supplier of a food company, say, because these...
I think it maybe not have been shown on that version of the slide, but we have tried to be realistic that for an individual smallholder farmer, they're not likely to be a user of either the LEAP process or the disclosure requirements. There are obviously going to be just practical constraints to how much a smallholder farmer is going to be able to contribute into the data flow. So, for example, to the extent that smallholder farmers might sell their produce into a local cooperative, say a grain cooperative, Maybe it's that the grain cooperative is doing a sort of loop type assessment to contribute data downstream to it's the wholesalers or the grain traders, and then ultimately to the Nestle's and Danones and Unilevers of the world who would be buying that product. So we're being realistic about the level and scale of organisations that might use something like LEAP. And ultimately we'll put the guidance out there. It's only suggested guidance. If people find it helpful, they can use it. If they don't, they won't. If they don't have the capacity to use it, or then obviously we'll have to find other ways to encourage nature-related reporting to be established and flow across those supply chains. Because back to Emily's point about the location specificity of the impacts, what's key is that if for the big companies with disclosure requirements, they are going to have to get data at a location specific level. And some of the pilot testers have said that that's very hard, particularly in agriculture related sectors where they may not in fact know the exact location of every farm that they're sourcing from because they're buying from a trader or from a cooperative. So those issues have come up. Maybe satellite data can be helpful. Maybe we'll have to have some proxy data or averaging in a particular area. If the ecosystem is the same in an area, then maybe it's appropriate or possible to do some generalized assumptions around the state of nature and the impacts in those locations. But there will obviously be some limits to the applicability of what we're putting out.
Okay, right. Well, I think Tony and Emily, thank you very much for spending the time with us today and sharing your work here. I think from our side, the next steps essentially involve, our team will review in detail the framework that you've shared. Obviously, we have a significant concern to make sure that there is, a really good level of alignment and interoperability here, and I know we've had a very good relationship with TNFD to that end. I think we want to make sure that it's as robust as it can be, including at the disclosure level, and we'll get you that feedback as soon as we can. And there's an interaction with the finalization of the biodiversity topic standard over the coming weeks for GRI. So I'm sure there'll be more to come from us for that on both sides.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Well, having got the fourth release out yesterday, we're now very much in listening mode for the next 2 months. So any feedback you have for us would be extremely welcomed, and we'd be happy to set up another call like this where we can get your input, have another discussion. So good luck with your work, and we look forward to keeping in touch.
Thank you, and likewise to you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
Bye.
Okay, so the next item in our agenda before our lunch break is, I think I'm going to turn it over to Laura, who's going to talk us through a couple of items. One is the GSSB activity report for 2020-2022, and the first portion of the work program discussion for the forthcoming work program. Laura, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Before we open the discussion on the work program, there's 2 quick items that I wanted to present and which we were not able to cover yesterday. And the first item is actually not on the agenda, but we wanted to take this opportunity to share the work that we are doing to map the GRI standards against the upcoming European Sustainability Reporting Standards. So as the slides are being shown on the screen, the team is currently mapping the first set of the European standards, which includes 12 standards in total, 2 cross-cutting standards, which are similar to our universal standards, and 10 topic-specific standards. And we are doing this mapping, first of all, to understand the level of alignment between GRI and the European standards to quite a granular level of detail. But also this work will inform the development of the XBRL taxonomy for the GRI standards, which we want to be consistent with the taxonomy that is also going to be developed for the European standards. And this will also be the basis for creating practical tools for the existing GRI reporters that will now need to comply with the European standards. So we have put together a prototype or a template that we are using for this mapping work, which we wanted to present to you today, and also collect
Can we just pause for a
feedback.
second here? I think we're having some kind of a malfunction with the with the slide deck.
Slide number 110.
Okay, is this?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
okay,
the
here we
one.
go. Okay, thank you.
Good, so this work will serve different purposes. One is to inform our own understanding of the level of alignment between the two sets of standards. This will also inform our work on developing the XBRL taxonomy, and will also be the basis for developing tools for our reporters who want to repurpose their GRI reporting to comply with the European standards. So this is the structure that we are using, which might be familiar to you. We have used this structure in previous mappings we have done between different versions of GRI standards, but also with other standards. And we are using the GRI standards as the starting point for the mapping. So for every requirement in the GRI standards, we are looking at how that can be used to comply with the requirements in the European standards. So here you have an example with GRI Disclosure 2053 on confirmed incidents of corruption and action taken. And here you can see that this corresponds quite nicely to disclosure requirement G14 in the European standards. Then for every GRI requirement, we will also be looking at major differences in scope. And this is primarily cases where the information collected under GRI is different or slightly different than the information that needs to be collected under the European standards. So here there's an example as well, where in a couple of our requirements, we focus on cases of corruption involving employees, and where the similar requirements in the European standards not only cover employees, but they cover own workers. So in addition to employees, they also look at self-employed workers and workers engaged through employment agencies. So this would be a key difference in the scope between the two sets of standards that we will be noting in this exercise. So currently we are using the latest publicly available versions of the European standards, which are the ones that were submitted to the Commission in November of last year. But as you know, the Commission is now considering changes to the drafts, and that there will be a public comment starting sometime in April on those changes. So we don't have final versions yet, but it was important for us to get started already, because this is quite a substantive piece of work for the team. And also we see a lot of urgency in the market for us to provide this guidance to the GRI reporters. So I leave it here and welcome any questions or feedback from the GSSB at this stage.
Thanks, Laura. I think this is an incredibly important thing for us to do in order to just establish for users of these various standards what the current state of play is, so that people can, relate the two frameworks to each other accurately and effectively. Does anyone have any questions for Laura about this? Yeah, Kent. Yeah.
I guess my question is sort of timing. Because people are already really concerned about this, and when will this be available for public use?
Well, we're waiting for the next iteration because that's gonna come up very soon in the next couple of weeks. So I think at least it makes sense to wait until that version is available. And then we will need, of course, some time to be able to incorporate those changes into this mapping. We haven't decided yet in which form or shape we share this with the market, but those discussions are taking place at the moment. So our intent is to provide something to our users as soon as possible.
Yeah. Joseph.
What is the expected outcome of mapping? Are we going to make any changes to the standard if there is a discrepancy, or we are just highlighting there is a discrepancy between the two standards?
Good question, thank you. I guess this serves two purposes. So one is for those GRI reporters to see how they can use their existing reporting to comply with the European standards. And the second purpose will be to inform the future development of the GRI standards. And for those projects that we have ongoing at the moment, we are already using this as input for our own standards. So it does serve those two purposes. And once we have completed the entire mapping, we can have a better sense of all of the differences, and that may also inform future work that the GSSB may want to do to close those gaps between the two sets.
So those two gaps, one outcome can be, you can suggest you can recommend some changes to the GRI standard, but if there is a disclosure that is not appropriate in the European standard, what is the expected action we are planning to take? Are we going to communicate as a stakeholder to them, or any such instances you're seeing?
Yeah, so actually the EFRAG themselves are already communicating this, so they have published basis for conclusions for all of the standards that they have developed, and there they explain why sometimes they deviated from a GRI disclosure in order to adapt it to the EU reality or to comply with a specific EU regulation. So that information is already publicly available to the users through EFRAG, and that's something that we also need to assess in the next stage to see if there's any necessary adjustments to our own standards.
The consequences for reporting organizations are obviously, on the one hand, the ESRS will be a legal obligation for those businesses in scope for reporting against them. The question is when they have a broader kind of need to report on a global basis, how do we reconcile the sets of standards, and what guidance can be provided to users around this? Yeah, Jeff.
Joseph's question sort of piqued my interest and got me thinking in the other direction. Obviously, there's two sort of directions to do mapping, right? Do we have any knowledge of or expectation of disclosures that are required under ESRS that are not currently sort of covered by GRI?
Yes, we're doing that at the moment for the projects that we have ongoing, so climate, biodiversity, labor, and now very shortly we will start with the economic. So as input into those projects, we are doing the mapping in reverse to understand what are the gaps between the two sets of standards. And after we have concluded the mapping in this direction, we might also consider if it's useful to do it the other direction for our own users. Yeah.
Thank you.
Kent. Or sorry, yeah, Vincent.
All right. So, well, can I assume that the deliverable would be a linkage document as usual? And second is, would GRI consider there's an opportunity to provide training services to the report user?
Yeah, I think I can answer that. Yeah, I think there is a real need to provide some overarching commentary and introduction to this reality for GI reporters, and to also provide assistance in this quest to use information that has been produced for the on basis of the GRI standards across many jurisdictions and regulatory requirements. So you will see more of this content coming from GRI, generally speaking, because now it is the ESRS, but very many multinationally operating companies will be faced with multiple realities. And part of explaining how you produce information based on a global framework and then use that to respond to regulatory endeavors of different sorts locally, that we see as a mainstay of GRI's further proliferation also.
I just come back to this question about what's likely to change in the EU standards. You said that there's changes coming in April, and does anybody have a grasp of what that might be?
We're in regular conversation with the colleagues at EFRAG. It is the way the political process basically is organized. They have submitted their recommendation to the European Commission. So the pen is really now with the European Commission. And there is no visibility just yet of what the changes will be. We know that there will be changes. How significant they are is hard to tell. There is, of course, as always with political process, all kinds of rumors in the background. I think Laura's point is really, we will only know when we see it. And there, the only information we have that it is going to be in April. And probably earlier in April than later. The person who might actually have more information at this stage is Patrick de Cambourg, who we will have in the later session. He might be able to share more on the detail of that timeline. We can only say that right now we have no further detail. The good thing about it, because it is a political process and is a legal endeavor of the Commission implementing the directive, so there will be a public consultation still, and that's a requirement. So in April, they will, for a limited number of days. I don't know what exactly they're looking at, 30 to 40 days, probably something like that. They will invite feedback from stakeholders. And so it's our decision also looking then at this alignment, what we should do in response to that consultation.
Are there any hands up in the Zoom? No? Okay. I think I saw that Loredana Carta has joined us as well, which is great. Thank you very much. Once again, good morning, Loredana.
Good morning.
So, Laura, do we want to move on now to the work program discussion?
First activity.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, the activity report.
Yeah,
I've skipped that. 2020 to 2022.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
Yeah, just very briefly. Item 5 presents the draft GSSB activity report for the period 2020 to 2022. Putting together this report is one of the working procedures in the GSSB due process protocol in order to provide an update on the progress made in implementing the GSSB work program. We have used the same format as we used in the previous, and in fact, the only GSSB activity report to date, which is to draft a report that covers the entire 3-year period in the GSSB work program. So this report covers the activities of the GSSB between 2020 and 2022. Going forward, as we increase the standard setting activity, we may want to do this on a more regular basis, on a yearly basis, but for now we have prepared this covering the 3-year period of the last GSSB work program. The activity report covers the key GSSB milestones in this period, which we have organized by quarter and then by project. And we have also included links to the GSSB meeting records, so agendas, documents, and recordings for those who want to access more information. And just to give you a few examples, of course, the milestones that we have covered here are the finalization of the waste standard, the revision of the universal standards, and the development of the first 3 sector standards. So we're presenting this to you today for information and feedback or questions, and we're happy to collect those now or later after the meeting.
I think pending any questions for clarification at this point, I think we'll take that as information. Thank you very much. It is useful to just have a kind of record of, yes, I remember we've done a lot in that period of time. But you're quite right that the purpose of this is for the due process. So if there are any questions that anyone has, or any kind of on reflection, if you want to come back to the standards division on any of that, please do. Bastian, do you want to? No? Okay. Great. Are we now going on to the work program discussion? Yeah?
Yeah, maybe. I think I can tee that up. We can wait with the slides, Jill. So what we're tasked with at this point in time is to reflect on the public consultation feedback on the draft work program. The idea of the 2 sessions that we had scheduled in for our meeting this week is to reflect on the comments of the individual GSSB members vis-à-vis the feedback received. The standards division will have to go back and redraft the work program. I think there will be 2 important considerations in doing that. One is the take of the GSB on the feedback received and any changes we might want to implement, or directional indication we want to give as part of the work program for upcoming projects. The second element that the standards division also needs to consider is how we can further scale our resources now that we have the ability in principle. It's still not a done deal, and we need to also be very careful not to signal ability to take on projects for which we don't have colleagues yet, right? So there is that delicate balance also. But having said that, that resource piece is something we can play back to the GSB in the next meetings, and we're striving to actually complete that discussion the latest by May, in the May meeting, so that we conclude on the work program. Today we can really focus on your read of the consultation feedback, perceived input that you have for us to consider on where to lay an emphasis vis-a-vis programmatic activities. Just one more thing then on the feedback received, and then the connection also to the 3 sessions that we have with external parties during this meeting. There is an important piece to the work program where we communicate GI's, the GSSB's commitment to collaborate with these different institutions and support them. And we're looking, I think, also for clues from these sessions now on how we can express that in a more forceful, detailed way, that we are accountable to the stakeholders of GRI, that we're trying everything to help this idea of interoperability, alignment, and so on along, right? And then that we stand ready to do this. So maybe we can start with the public consultation feedback. A couple of members have submitted their feedback in writing prior to the session. Maybe they can expand on their view, and we go around the table. And then we can further that discussion after lunch and build from there. Thank you.
So we have 10 minutes before our lunch break, and we'll need to come back promptly because we've got another, as you know, external participants joining us at 12:45. Shall we do that? Should we, I think if you go ahead in the slides, you will see we've got a handful of comments here and the next slide that have been received from from members. Perhaps we should just take a look at those. Ganga, would you like to speak to your, very briefly, just a couple of minutes, or your comments that you've sent in?
These comments are basically intended to push more relevance for a GRI standard, to be used, because these are the topics we often find out during our interactions with the different stakeholder are of great attention nowadays, especially. So that was the basis of highlighting these feedback. So we can think of standalone, or we can go back to our existing topic standards where we can further broaden those guidelines.
Can I ask about your second point here? Education standard, you've written specifically for sustainability professionals. Is that different from the, because we have received some external representation from stakeholders asking for an education sector standard, and I don't know if it's the same thing that you're proposing.
The idea behind point number 2 is, the data and metrics is an outcome, and that has processed by the people who are qualified and supposed to be competent at organization level. And looking into the current system, there is no harmonized standard to qualify this is acceptable sustainability, qualifications. There are some courses by different university, there are some training, but there is no harmonized and reliable system. So that was the idea behind, can we develop something around it in alignment with, there are some standard like ISO 17024 which define personal competency as a framework, and then bring sustainability at core of it to develop some guidelines.
Okay, thank you very much. Peter, why don't you take yours next?
Sure. I didn't actually have strong views here, but I did make these comments. I'll jump straight to the issue about international humanitarian law, because certainly other GSSB members have commented on that too. There were 5 organisations in the public comment period that certainly you can see that they were making a concerted push on international humanitarian law. And the fact that 5 organisations have all said the same thing doesn't mean automatically that we should do it. But there's the inherent merit of the argument, and the Standards Division's or the draft work program's response has been that we'll do a few things but not do standard setting in the area in the next 3 years, on the current 3 years. So I just looked at the issue of the fact is we are what's the word, reviewing all the topic standards by the end of the current 3-year period, and included in that is security practices. And I thought, well, is that currently a relatively straightforward topic review? Because there are the voluntary principles on security, which seems to cover the field which the GRI refers to. Can we expand that topic review into international humanitarian law and conflict zones? But the other question there is, how much real demand is there for a standard in this area? It's topical, particularly because of the Russia-Ukraine war and the number of businesses that have had to review their operations in Russia in particular. But, is there a significant demand in this area? If there is, can we change the forthcoming review of the topic of the security principles for security practices to include international humanitarian law?
Thank you. Robin.
Yes, joining in that conversation, I suppose, on international humanitarian law, and some of the history of it was, we had some of those discussions back when we were initially convening the Technical Committee on Human Rights. So I think the GSSB had a discussion around including humanitarian law in the terms of reference for that technical committee. But then for various reasons, which made sense. The recruitment to the technical committee, and then some of the changing of the scope of the work of the technical committee gave it more of a UN business and human rights focus, and that's where a lot of the expertise that was brought to the table came from. So I think IHL kind of got not necessarily overlooked in a capital O overlooked way, but because of the shifting of the scope of the work, it wasn't as prominent as it maybe could have been. And I don't think, at least for my part, or maybe GSSB more broadly, that we really appreciated how different an area of law and instruments it really was in terms of the distinction between humanitarian law and the human rights piece. So I think there was perhaps an opportunity through that work that was a little bit lost when we looked at the entire human rights piece. And now we've sort of got a question around to what extent we open that up again and do something that's quite, across the entire suite of the standards versus something that's, a dedicated effort on a topic-specific piece that might be, as you've said, Pete, an expansion of 410, given that it's coming up in the sector standard around mining. Did it come up in oil and gas as well? Is it all? No. Yeah, all of the big resource ones at least. So that would that sort of gives an indication that it has some broader application. And I think one of the submissions also, although we talked about Ukraine, I think in more recent times brought IHL back into the frame for GSSB with some urgency. One of the submissions talks about, I think it's a figure of around more than 20% of the world population live in conflict zones at the moment as well. So I think I would appreciate having a broader conversation with GSSB on what's the best approach here, given limited resources and time, but also what kind of makes sense in terms of the feedback that we've got, and some of it's quite detailed, and how we take some of this forward. And it's also in an area where, standard setting is a bit undercooked as well.
Okay. Joseph,
Sorry, Judy, Michelle's raised his hand.
Oh, right.
Michelle has raised.
Okay, sure. Michelle, please go ahead, and then I think we might be breaking there for lunch after your comment.
Very rapidly, I wanted to confirm what Peter said, that there is increased focus on social matters, generally speaking. I see that accelerating after the COVID crisis. The COVID crisis made obvious that vulnerable populations, from a health perspective as well as from an economic perspective, were often minorities. And so I think this is why we see more and more questions about what organizations are doing with their own workforce, for example, living wage, but also in their value chain and with local communities. There are not many standardized metrics on the topic, and if you look at the European Sustainability Reporting Standards on supply chain or value chain, generally speaking, or on local communities, basically they just ask if we've identified positive or negative impacts, and what are we doing to increase positive impacts, and what are we doing to increase negative impacts. That was my main comment.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think this is to be continued later on. We're going to break for 1 hour for lunch, and please can you be back maybe a couple minutes before the 12:45 session with our colleagues from EFRAG, so that we can welcome them and open the meeting promptly. So thank you very much. Break for 1 hour.
Should be connecting if she has not already connected.
Okay, should we, there's Julia entering the room. If Chiara has not connected yet, should we give her a minute to join before starting?
As you wish, Judy.
Okay.
I can start and she will join. You know, in the interest of time, we can do it that way if you so wish.
If that's all right with you, then I think we'd be very happy to reopen the meeting here following our lunch break. This is just to say that we are very pleased to be joined today by Patrick de Cambourg and his colleague Chiara Del Prete, hopefully in a moment, from EFRAG, the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group. And as members will know, we have had a very close and varied dialogue and collaboration with EFRAG over the last year and a half or so in particular. And we're very grateful to you both for making the time to come speak with us today, update us on your progress, and obviously advance the dialogue further between the GSSB and EFRAG around the production and alignment between our various standards. So over to you then, Patrick, if you're happy to start.
I'm happy to start. Apologies, I am in the lounge of the Thalys, so I will speak very quietly. So first of all, by way of introduction, I would like to say hello to all the GSSB members. It's a pleasure to meet you and thank you for the invitation. I would like also to take this opportunity, if my information is correct, Judy, to pay tribute to the hard work you've been doing for many years. And at the moment when you pass the baton to Professor Adams, I understand that she could be also attending online. So I am very happy to see her taking the baton from you.
That's very kind. Thank you.
With this, we have prepared, Chiara and myself, a presentation, and she will chip in when she joins. And this is meant to be a general introduction, but we would be very happy to discuss and have interaction with the GSSB on the crucial topics that we focus on. So the first slide, if I may. Okay, disclaimer, forget it. You can read it at your leisure. I shouldn't say that, but in the interest of time. So in order for all of us to have a full picture of the role and deliverables of the EFRAG in the CSRD, we have prepared those two slides which follow. So next. Okay, so as you know, the EU took a groundbreaking initiative by adopting the CSRD, which establishes a robust mandatory legal regime of sustainability reporting under double materiality. So impact, materiality, and financial materiality. And this is combining what we call two levels in our EU jargon. So the CSRD itself, which is a legal text. The legal text has been adopted at political level in June 2022, and then has been transformed into an enforceable legal framework at the beginning of December 2022. For those who had the opportunity to have a look at that text, it was a comprehensive presentation, a set of comprehensive provisions regarding sustainability reporting. The goal being that sustainability reporting be ultimately on an equal footing with financial reporting. So the ambition is at a high level under double materiality, and it creates something that is unique at this stage in the world, I believe. So that's level one. And level one says, not only do we need the legal provisions, but we need also robust standards, which are elaborated by EFRAG as technical advice to the European Commission, and which are adopted as delegated acts by the European Commission. So I will explain this, but what has to be borne in mind is that a delegated act in the EU framework is applicable in the 27 member states without the member state having to intervene. So it's direct implementation. It's a very powerful instrument which creates an harmonized system. Comprehensive coverage of E, S, and G, and to start with the sector agnostic layer, and then with the sector specific layer. The report is located in a separate section of the management report, which we call in our own proposal the sustainability statements, that are the counterpart of the financial statements, since the ultimate goal is that standardized corporate reporting be walking on two legs, the financial reporting one and the sustainability reporting one. One being, if of course, very mature, the other ones being emerging, but with the goal to have them, on an equal footing. By the way, the location is also implying the timeline. It means that the report will be published at the same time as the financial statements, so allowing for proper connectivity. And we are developing an XBRL taxonomy at EFRAG to allow for the digitization of this information. Next slide, please. What we have delivered to the EU back in November 2022 is what we call a first set, and the first set as technical advice to the Commission, the first set of sector agnostic standards. 12 of them, 2 of a cross-cutting nature, ESRS E1, which does not mandate any disclosure, but which establishes the details on how to implement the key concepts that are provided for in the legal text. And ESRS 2, which is providing for the disclosures really that are of a transversal nature on governance, on strategy and business model, on the identification of impacts, risks, and opportunities. And then 10 topical standards, 5 for E, climate change, pollution, water and marine resources, biodiversity and ecosystems, resource use and circular economy. And then 4 for social, own workforce, workers in the value chain, affected communities, consumers, and end users. And 1 for business conduct under the governance chapter, bearing in mind that governance of sustainability matters is addressed under ESRS 2. Adoption is currently in progress under the European Commission responsibility. So once we have delivered our technical advice, the Commission is holding the pen. They conducted a number of consultations with the European public agencies and the European Central Bank. And the outcome of that is, I would say, supportive, if not more than that. So it's encouraging. There will be a what they call an inter-service consultation. So the department of the Commission in charge of that is going to ask the other departments what their reaction is about the proposed delegated act, and then there will be a public consultation at the end of April for 1 month. The target for the Commission, as mentioned by them on a number of occasions, and also as contemplated by the CSRD, is to have the delegated acts published by the end of June. At that time, under the system in the EU, you have what is called the scrutiny period, So Parliament and Council, co-legislators, have the right to reject the delegated act if they so wish. If they feel that it's not reflecting the mandate given to the Commission on level 2. By the way, these should apply to the large entities, to all large companies, and it should be for 2024, published in 2025, for the so-called NFRD companies, which are the large ones, and in 1 year later for the other large companies. You all know probably that large in the EU doesn't mean so large, because we're talking about criteria that include in particular the number of employees, so it's 250 or more, which is pretty low by international standards. So in fact, it's a significant part of the economy that is covered by those mandatory disclosures. Next slide. What is being contemplated is that also what is coming next. We have all the other listed companies, so the listed SMEs, which are below the threshold, except the listed micro enterprises, and in fact, on regulated markets, you have very few, which would be 1 year later. And you have the non-EU companies having branches and subsidiaries in the EU above certain thresholds for 2028. So as you see in this table, you have the standard on listed SMEs. We also contemplate a voluntary standard for SME that would be available for SME that wish to participate to that move, because we feel that it's important for them to be able to respond to financial institutions and larger entities, because there will be, due to the value chain involvement, there will be significant links between the various aspects of the information system. So under a building block approach, we will be drafting in the coming month a standard that is compatible with the listed SMEs, the listed SME ones, and which will allow for a swift move from voluntary to listed SME and then to large. And then we have the sector-specific ESRSs that have, in accordance to the CSRD, to be adopted. The first ones have to be adopted by June 2024, with a priority going to high-impact sectors. So this is a key task that we have. We've been told recently by the Commission that they wanted us to prioritize implementation, guidance, and support to the development of sector-specific ESRSs. This is in line with the already very comprehensive package delivered under SETWED. So there are political discussions as we speak about how to fine-tune the timeline of all this. The orange box is mentioning a key point on which we are working, which is international interoperability. And this is true for the IFRS S standards. So we have extensive discussions with the ISSB on this, in particular on the climate. And this is also, as Judy was mentioning, with GRI. But GRI was different. We cooperated from the beginning under, I would say, a very fruitful stream of discussions. Next slide. So maybe, Cara, we'll hand over to you for this.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. So in terms of work plan, if you can go to the next slide. As Patrick was anticipating, we are working with our governing bodies on updating the work plan to reflect the message that we got from the European Commission that asked us only a few days ago to focus on providing additional guidance for companies in the implementation of Set 1 standards. And of course, to free up the resources for the implementation, we're going to prioritize Set 1 over the work on sector standards. And this will also help to avoid overlapping consultations, and as the European Commission will also have a public consultation on Set 1 in the coming month or couple of months. So we are now busy in discussing the updates of the work plan. Next slide. So in terms of implementation of activities, this is a possible structuring of the activities around three pillars or components. The first is the interaction with the public and the publication of additional guidance to facilitate the transition and the implementation. So that would be a mechanism of collection of questions from the public, and then a filtering of these questions depending on their nature. So they may translate in the need of clarification of something that is already in the standards, or the issuance of additional implementation guidance or illustrative examples. But sometimes it may also be stepping into legal interpretation, which would then be in the remit of the European Commission, and possible amendments to ESRS that would be in the remit of the normal due process of standard setting of EFRAG. And this would ultimately result in the issuance either of amendments to the standards or of non-authoritative guidance, with the objective to be very responsive and very quick in the due process. The second chapter is then dedicated to the documentation hub with an interactive database and a repository of all the standards and accompanying material that could permit the public to access the standards, understand, implement, apply them, also in connection with the various other components, being them international instruments and framework, or being them other pieces of European legislations. And the third component is also important, is the educational support, where with our bodies are considering possible cooperations with providers of educational services. Next slide. So what is currently on our plate? Of course, first, the implementation guidance on Set 1, for which we are currently getting organized. Then for the listed SMEs, as you know from the previous slides, we are due to deliver the advice to the Commission in time for the implementation in 2026. And the XBRL taxonomy, where we have a shorter deadline even, because this is needed to be implemented with the starting of Set 1. And for these two components, we have already advanced the draft that are being discussed by the board and the TAC. At the same time, in the last months, we have been working hard to put together our first standards on sectors, including the classification system and the general approach to sector standards. And we have also drafts, near final drafts for oil and gas, and for mining, quarrying, and coal, for which we have also benefited from insights from your staff. And in this case, we have near final drafts that have been already approved by the TAG and will be approved as next step by the board. At the same time, we have been working on agriculture, farming and fishing, and road transport, which are very impactful, and for which we have completed the research, and we have preliminary drafts currently being discussed by the TAG. Next slide. So the research is substantially completed. We are in early drafting for food and beverage, textile, accessories, footwear and jewelries, motor vehicles, and energy production and utilities. So that's the next batch, if you want, that comes for approval, but still needs a bit of work of drafting before being mature. And then in planning phase, we have the guidance on value chain for financial institutions, which will then contribute to the ESS for financial institutions that will be started as soon as we have resources available from other projects. And then the research on ethnicity that will also result in a consultation on specific data points. Finally, next slide is just a backup for you to know our sector classification. So you've seen the high impact sectors, so are those that I mentioned for which we have work in progress. And then the others will follow, and you have here the complete list. So we felt it was important to give you the list because I think this is also what you're looking now at with your work plan, so to understand where we are. That was all from my side.
Thank you very
So,
much.
Judy,
Go ahead.
I think we have completed this brief presentation, which was a recap of what we are doing. So we stand ready, of course, to exchange views with you or answer questions as you may wish.
Thank you very much. Any questions or points members would like to raise? I hope this isn't just because it's after lunch here. There must be some questions that people would like to raise. Yeah, Kent, please go ahead.
Well, let me see if I can do a good job of asking this question. So the European Commission has asked you to do some additional things, and I'm wondering to what extent those are likely to impact the standards as they've already been issued, and what the timing for that might be.
Set one, as I said, is under the responsibility of the Commission. Now, we delivered our technical advice, but they have the responsibility of moving from our technical advice to the delegated act. So they are working on it. They have received, as I mentioned, the opinion delivered by the public agencies and the European Central Bank. They have also consulted the member states. So they will certainly, maybe phase in certain aspects or streamline a little bit further. You have to bear in mind that in November we were in an extremely rushed timetable. So we probably would have preferred to spend one more month, reviewing all of this. But okay, we also have a great relationship with the Commission. So we have been at their disposal to improve what had been delivered. On that basis, what is clear is that the delegated act will be available in June. June, I cannot speak on their behalf, but that's the target they have been mentioning every time, and which is the one that is in the directive. So the first set will be available in the middle of the year, whatever the circumstances. It's true to mention that the Commission has asked us to prioritize support to implementation over additional standards of a sector-specific nature. They have not asked us to stop because it is in the legal text, and so we are trying to reorganize ourselves without dropping the objectives of delivering sector-specific standards but only managing the time issue. They also insisted about the listed SME and the voluntary SME standards. And we also decided a few weeks ago to reprioritize financial institutions because it is felt extremely important in the context of the sustainable finance agenda and the Green Deal. So, so that's where we are, and I hope it answers your question.
Yes, thank you. I think you probably, that's as much information as you have right now, and I appreciate it.
I forgot to mention that there is I'm sorry, I'm speaking too loud. I forgot to mention that there is an initiative mentioned by Mrs. von der Leyen, the President of the Commission, regarding a potential initiative in September or October to consider how the burden, the disclosure reporting burden can be reduced. And she mentioned in her speech a reduction by 25%. But we understand that, you know, it might not affect significantly set one, and the postponement of the sector-specific standards has to be understood as one of the elements of that initiative. But that being said, the political discussions are ongoing, so we don't know more.
Thank you. Others? Peter, please.
Okay, Peter Colley, representing or coming from the Labor constituency. It was interesting to hear you make the statement then about this requirement to cut regulation by 25%, but this would not affect, your initial view is that this will not affect the set one of standards. It's particularly noticeable in the set one standards that you have standards around own workforce and around workforce in the value chain, workers in the value chain. And the GRI standards, well, they focus on workers whose work is controlled by the organisation, and there is less on workers in the value chain. Are you confident that the set one standards on workers in the value chain will remain in place to final release?
It is our proposal because we felt that it was important. You know that, well, in fact, there are ongoing discussions about the definitions of what are the workers under the control of the entity, and where is the border between a worker in the value chain and a worker on the payroll, on the payroll or in a service company. So this is being discussed by certain constituents, but we took an option when we delivered our technical advice, and we stick to it as we speak. So we have not heard anything about S2, because that's what we are talking about, not being considered.
Thank you.
Robin.
Thank you. I was just wondering what you might be able to say at this stage on the separate standards for the non-EU companies. I mean, that might be further away, but is there anything you can update us a bit more on your intentions there?
Apologies, on which standards?
On the separate standards for the non-EU companies?
On the non-EU companies. No, it's quite frankly, it's very early stage. So, we have not started on this. So you have to refer to the legal text. But what I wanted to mention is that all subsidiaries of non-EU headquartered entities that meet the thresholds in terms of the definition of what is a large company are in the scope of the CSRD. So it means that, you know, probably the most significant players at global level that are working on the EU market would have to consider for their subs, if they have a consolidated subgroup in the EU, it would be at consolidated level. If they do not, it would be for each and every entity meeting the criteria. They would have to prepare a CSRD compliant report. But regarding, you know, the provision that you are referring to is trying to address, and again, we have not started here, the situation of groups headquartered outside the EU that have operations via branches or permanent establishments in the EU over a certain threshold. So that's, again, I cannot clarify any further at this stage. We have not started yet because it's for 2028.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Maybe I could ask a question. What guidance or what can you indicate for the GSSB about what we should bear in mind as we are considering and making decisions around our forthcoming work program for GRI standards? Is there you know, from your view of the, you know, sort of the forward trajectory of the ESRS that you would like us to bear in mind as we make those decisions?
First of all, I think it's no secret that we have ongoing discussions with Global Reporting Initiative on the various possible areas of cooperation. Let me mention that we had a cooperation, a statement of cooperation from early on when we were, you know, paving the way to what is happening in task force mode. So it goes back to September 2020, if my memory is correct. So it's a long-standing relationship which we greatly appreciate, and we would like also to interact. We think that it's a two-way traffic. We also think that everybody can benefit from the work being done by the other one. So, and as I mentioned, we also consider that interoperability is a key element to promote, because our perception is that in the EU, we have, to a very large extent, taken on board the lessons and the progress made by GRI in terms of impact materiality. We also made every effort to align on the terminology regarding the identification of impacts. So our assessment is that in substance, an ESRS reporting entity would be complying with GRI. So, and by the way, when an entity is confronted with, you know, a mandatory reporting regime and other possible regimes, you know, I think it's great for those entities to consider that when they are preparing one report, they are in substance complying with other requirements that they like and that they have adopted in the past, or they might have considered adopting in the past. I'm talking for EU companies. I know also the level of recognition of GRI outside the EU, so I think this is also something that needs to be considered. But for the time being, we certainly wish to make sure that in that groundbreaking move that the EU is making in terms of sustainability reporting, we are not paving the way to multiple reportings and complexifying, because all of this, all the effort is, the main goal is to simplify life and create a coherent and reliable environment. I did mention in our presentation the fact that all of this is assured, so under assurance, and that's a great plus. So standards plus the governance of sustainability matters and sustainability reporting, the identification of impacts, risks and opportunities under financial materiality as well. These are great features to move out of the current situation, which is highly fragmented based on voluntary initiatives. So that's why we made every effort to onboard to the maximum extent possible what had been prepared under the GRI initiative in the last 2 decades. So that's for the past. For the future, what we are discussing, and I think it's no secret with GRI, is twofold. On the one hand, we think that regarding our program for the future, so sector-specific standards and SMEs, we have significant synergies to establish if we can align our timetable. And in that regard, the evolution of priorities suggested by the Commission is helping to a large extent, because we felt that we were in a rush, and we are less in a rush now. So that's better, because our processes were maybe a bit quicker than yours, and in that respect, we probably can align better. So that's, and you also have to consider how we address the world of SMEs. We know how sensitive it is in certain areas. I was discussing with Alco van der Hunden recently, and he mentioned to me the fact that in Asia, this is highly critical. So, so that's the first, if I may say so, the first bucket where cooperation would be, in my view, extremely fruitful. The other bucket is that Chiara explained the 3-pillar structure of our implementation support function, and in particular on documentation, but more precisely also on education. I think that GRI has a key role to play. It's probably not under the direct remit of the GSSB, but it certainly is in the scope of GRI's activities. And we feel that due to your experience in that field and the accreditation systems that you have organized, you can contribute, I mean, GRI can contribute to a swift implementation of a system that remains pretty challenging, because, you know, we are talking about 55,000 entities in the EU, representing probably 50% of the GDP. So it's not a small project. And this project, by the way, can be compared to a certain extent to the move that the EU made back in 2002 with effective date 2025 to move from, national standards to IFRS in the financial reporting, on the financial reporting side. So we have great expectations about the potential alignment of our work programs and work plans.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Are there any hands up in the Zoom? No? Please, anyone who's participating remotely, do let me know if you'd like to speak. Yeah, Kent, yeah.
So I would also like to ask about alignment, your alignment with the efforts that are being made by the ISSB. They have their proposals for various sustainability standards, and to what extent are you working with them also?
Okay. Well, we try to create interoperability. But by the way, they have basically today two standards. One is very generic. It establishes the basis and the concepts for reporting, for sustainability reporting under an investor focus. By the way, we feel that to a very large extent, what we have been doing under ESRS and the SRS is covering that angle or that dimension of sustainability reporting. So we have considered their general concepts regarding investor focus, which we call financial materiality. And of course, you can always argue about terminology or details in the wording, but I think that overall, our level of reciprocal alignment is high. So that's S1. Now they have also S2 on climate, and we've been working very hard on that under what we have called a mapping table, identifying 3 columns. Column A is ISSB only. Column B is the intersection, which is common to both standards, so S2 and E1 are E1, and column C, which is ESRS only. Our assessment is that in column A, we are left with a few points that would be in IFRS and not in our ESRSs. A limited number, very limited number, possibly very limited impact. We have meetings to discuss what we do with that. Either this is left as is, or we try to coordinate further. It's an option. But column A is limited. Column C exists, that is specific to the EU, and I can say what I said recently in a number of public meetings. Our assessment is that the relationship in terms of volume, the relationship of information, the amount of information in the two respective standards is not that different. We're not talking about a relation of 1 to 4 or 1 to 3. We're talking about 85% as compared to 100% maybe, with the other 15% representing the remaining elements in column A and the elements in column C. So we hope to be able to say exactly the same as I was mentioning for GRI, that an ESRS reporting company would also be deemed complying with ISSB, because nothing would be worse than having EU companies considering or being asked to report under several reporting systems. I think that, and by the way, between a mandatory regime and a regime that is not endorsed in the jurisdiction, we are extremely supportive of the idea of a global baseline. But if there was a double reporting, that would be an obstacle for the implementation of whoever wants to add something or consider that it's worded differently. So for us, interoperability is a very high priority, as I mentioned already.
Can I ask, Patrick, how does your view of this apply in the case of multinational companies that also operate outside of the EU and will be obliged to report in multiple jurisdictions, both on a mandatory and possibly other bases? What's your view of how this can be made to work?
Are you talking about the multinational companies headquartered in the EU, or are you talking in general?
In general, multinational companies that will be in scope for the ESRS, which may or may not be headquartered in the EU.
Mm-hmm. Well, for the ones that are headquartered in the EU, I'm sorry to say it, it's a no-brainer because they have to apply the ESRS throughout their group. So including the subsidiary that they have held outside the EU. For the non-EU companies, the multinational that are headquartered outside the EU, it depends, as we already said, if they have subs or subgroups in the EU. In this case, those subs and subgroups have to be considered either in the scope or not. And then you have the provision regarding their branches and their operations, if they export, etc., which is the one for 2028, on which I said that we had not progressed yet sufficiently to provide an answer to your question.
Okay, I guess that is just still to be worked out, really. Just in as much as I think we want to also recognize your statement a few minutes ago that it would be not to be desired for companies to be expected or obliged or in one way or another confronted with incompatible reporting frameworks that are additional to one another and not reconciled. But I think this is a kind of a more complex global question that will still need to play out.
And if I may, there are provisions regarding this point in the CSRD itself, because it is for the public authorities, namely the Commission, to address what is called equivalence. So at the moment, what we can do at technical level is to assess if an EU reporting entity is close enough to S2 or to the GRI standards. The other way around is more complex because it implies the a series, the political aspects of the relationships between what is applying to one jurisdiction versus what is to be applied globally. So I have to say that it's beyond our remit. Our view, but this is a very personal view. We try to promote to the maximum extent possible the interoperability. If I take the example of GRI reporters outside the EU, I think that on impact, it would not be very, very difficult to consider that if the ESRS reporters are complying with GRI in substance, the other way around would be a serious possibility. Now, GRI is operating under impact materiality, so you would have to consider, in my view, how you address financial materiality. This is, I know this is something that is complex and that has probably been discussed already at GSSB level. But if my understanding is correct, this is a point of potential difference that needs to be addressed.
Okay. Any other questions in the last few minutes that we have here? Any other questions for Patrick or Chiara?
I have one question for you.
Oh, please do. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Putting the emphasis on the two-way traffic. What is the current, how can you align your own work plan to what we are trying to achieve, and how can we enhance the cooperation? Because for us, I mentioned it as a goal. Can I hear from you how you perceive this?
We might be able to answer that in part, but maybe not in whole, simply because, Patrick, some of the immediate priorities, as you've described them to us, for example, the emphasis on education and capacity building that will accompany the release of the first set, while the second set and the sector standards are put on hold for a little while. That is not the responsibility of the GSSB, and it is very much in the on the agenda for our colleagues in the GRI Secretariat, but I'm not sure that we have much capability to speak on behalf of us, specifically how that works. Obviously, making sure, it would be our assumption, I'm sure, that the extent to which that work plan for the supporting aspects that is relevant to EFRAG and the Commission's objectives in the next period of time, I think it would be a very high priority for GRI to ensure the kind of maximum alignment and recognition, cross-recognition of shared objectives in that direction. Can we speak otherwise to some of this? I think possibly let's see what we can say further. Bastian.
Yeah, I think in reaction to what you said around the sector standards, from our end, I think we can only acknowledge that a lot of work has been done already. Importantly, on this classification, where we have very significant alignment, I think we've accomplished that already. So also the way you look at priorities from a high impact perspective is aligning with our approach. What we've said already in the public domain is that we stand ready to look at the prioritization of the sector standard work to, where possible, trail with the priorities that EFRAG and has and the Commission has. I think what's of critical importance, I think, at this stage is the next step to then look at how you co-locate projects, because right now I think we're dealing with a situation where there is input into running projects on your end, but you could extend that further and actually look to overlap parts of the due process between a global standard setting effort and the European standard setting effort. That's technically, of course, perfectly feasible. It requires attention and it requires consideration, but we can definitely do that. I think the other thing that we've been discussing here is also that when we look at these type of prioritization exercises for GI, it's also the capacity that we have on the staff side to actually maintain these collaborations and also meet ambitious targets. And I think you opened that up a bit by saying that the timetable has changed on your end regarding the sector standards, and I think that is a unique opportunity to actually spend the necessary time to look at this overlap and how this can be done together. I mean, the last thing I would say is that what we've done so far, also in recent weeks, to be part of your TEG and board meetings, providing comments on the drafts as they move through your due process, that is definitely something that we want to maintain, and we have reserved the capacity here now to actually continue to do that work with you while we're looking at more alignment of processes, if that is something that both organizations can agree. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you, Bastian. No, I think I forgot to mention also that in the discussions with GRI, we are also discussing from an institutional standpoint. So It's not in the SRB remit because it implied the administrative board and potentially our General Assembly, but we are discussing about reciprocal observers in our standard setting bodies, because I think it's great to see this happening. So I'm mentioning this in passing.
Indeed. Any other, Patrick, Chiara, any other questions for us that you would like to raise?
Not on my side, thank you.
No, I think it was very important also the clarification on the alignment of.
Yes. Yes. Okay. In that case, we're practically right on schedule anyway. But I think what we'll do now then is, first of all, extend our gratitude to Patrick and to Chiara. Patrick, I hope you aren't too unpopular with your fellow travelers in the Thales lounge, and wish you safe travels wherever it happens to be that you're going. Thank you for your time today. Okay, right, as ever.
What a surprise.
Yes. Thank you as ever for your time and your collaboration, and I'm sure we will be, as we always are, in touch regularly in the weeks to come.
And Julie, may I extend also my gratitude for the invitation and repeat my congratulations for the hard work you've been doing for many years now.
Thank you. That's very kind, and it's a pleasure. I think I speak on behalf of my colleagues, who some of whom are also rotating off the GSSB at this time. When I say that it's very gratifying work to be involved with. I appreciate your kind words.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we said goodbye to you, and thank you very much.
Have a very good day. Thank you. Okay, for the remainder of the public meeting, we have a brief break now. We will come back at 2 o'clock Central European Time, and then we'll come back and resume the discussion about the GSSB work program in the final portion of the meeting today. So break for 15 minutes, and we will speak then. Thank you. Where we had left it off before lunch was we were in the midst of a kind of tour de table of members here to just kind of go through their views on the public consultation, the feedback and their assessment of it. And I think we stopped, Joseph, before we got to your comments that you had sent in. So I'd like to give you the opportunity to talk to us a little bit about your views, where you see things, what you'd like to share into the discussion.
Yeah, so I've gone through the comments that came from the public comments. There are three major points here. One is looking at the platform companies. And the platform companies has a very strong potential to impact because of their size and because of their multi-sector kind of presence. And their impact on the employee side is very huge. A significant number of employees are being controlled by them. Their environmental footprint is very high. And their prospective environmental footprint, if you look at the data management, the energy consumption for the data management, that is significantly high. So we have an opportunity there, to really influence. That is from a sustainability impact perspective. The second is for GRI to become much more impactful going forward. This is a sector I think we can really focus on, because significant amount of value is created and very large players are there. So if we can think about something very similar to the public sector view, I mean, we are now doing research on public sector enterprises. A similar kind of research on what is the potential of platform companies on ESG and whether there is a business case for creating a standard. That is one point. The second is when you look at the circularity, and we are doing significant work in the Asia Pacific, and we find that the government regulations on extended product responsibility is intensifying very significantly. In India, we are seeing 14 sectors, and even plastic neutrality by 2025, 100% tire recycling by 2025. These are the kind of regulations that are coming. So if you look at the standard, the waste standard which we published recently, the kind of indicators, the kind of opportunities to come out with circularity indicators is very limited. And if we can accelerate that, that will be an excellent thing. And the other point is it is having significant connection with the climate change and biodiversity standards. That is the second point which I'd like to bring here. Third is regarding the educational system. I think there was a lot of discussion on the competence greenwashing in the social media, as well as people are now talking about what is the real competence for sustainability. One viewpoint is environmental expertise, sustainability expertise has to be elevated. The other argument is the different competencies in the corporate has to be enriched by environmental and sustainability. I think the best answer is to bring out some kind of framework at the management education level, because technical educations are very focused on the technical topics. But if you look at the management education, the amount of attention that is given to sustainability, it is increasing, but it is not up to the level that is required. So there is something known as UNPRME, United Nations Principles of Responsible Management Education, which is a UN-sponsored kind of initiative, which is becoming very prevalent. In one of my voluntary work, I worked with one of the universities in India to help them align with the UNPRME. So one activity that is being done is to align the curriculum with sustainable development topics. So that's an opportunity where GRI can come in and say, we have the expertise, we can actually get an accreditation, which will be very, very impactful in terms of creating the talent pool. These are the 3 points I would like to highlight here.
Thank you very much. Maybe on the first point that you raised, Joseph, about the areas related to digital business, platform business, data governance, responsible AIs, all of those sorts of areas. To my mind, it's unclear whether we're talking about a sector standard or we're talking about one or more topic standards here, just given the kind of, I think I would imagine we'd probably have to do some research to sort of scope out specifically what's under consideration here, and where various topics and subtopics might land most appropriately. On the education one, this is an interesting one to my mind because it was proposed externally to the GSSB. It was in addition to the published work program, although education is one of the sectors on our list of future sector standards at some point. However, whether it's being proposed that this education services sector standard has to do with the sustainability impacts of the education institutions, whether it has to do with the competency of educational services to produce expertise in sustainability topics, that also needs some work in my mind to just clarify what are the options here that we might be talking about, and there's probably more than that in there. Do you have any thoughts about that, or would you simply?
No, I agree, Judy. It's not very clear at this point of time whether it will be a sector standard or a topic standard. What I'm highlighting is it's a great opportunity for us for growth. So some kind of research and review that has to be done before we take the next step.
I'd just like to invite all other members to kind of reflect. I think this is the, do we have any other slides, Jill? No, we don't. So I think that's it for the written comments that have been received already from GSSB members, but obviously that's not the end of the story here. So, sorry, would you, okay. And if anyone has any views, any thoughts at all, you know, or your own opinions about what you're seeing either in the results of the consultation or the broader conversations that we've been having over the last couple of days in addition, or your own views about the work program. Yes, Chilendra.
Julie, something I've been seeing is I'm consulting a couple of banks at the moment in Sri Lanka, and while the standards currently, and I think when the financial sector services standard comes out, it'll probably be much clearer. But I think the standards would focus greatly on the company itself, on the bank itself. I'm just wondering whether there is any or whether there is some potential to have how a bank or a financial institution should go about looking at their clients, because the greatest impacts will come from the clients before they provide a facility to them, and whether GRI has some say ambit or remit to look at that side of it as well, as opposed to only the bank itself.
Perhaps, I don't know if we've got the right person from the standards division to address this, but if you want to try it, Bastian, yes, what's already been envisaged in that, I think partly answers the question.
Yeah, without making any promises. In terms of scope, when you look at banking as one of the sub-sectors, if you will, in this umbrella project, consideration for the value chain of banks will definitely be part of this. What we already confirmed and what Claire showed us yesterday in terms of the outlook of how we will organize the work. There will be a conversation about the investment, right? And I can see that for banking specifically, there will also be something around clients that we will have to focus on. When we produce the overview of experts for the different groups, that is also probably when we have a closer look at whether the right expertise is represented, and it's a discussion we can pick up again. But in principle, I think we're covered with the project that we are commencing now. There's definitely space for that discussion, let's put it like this.
Others? Yeah, Evan. Yeah.
Well, I'll just pick up on a little bit on what Joseph was talking about, because the AI was the conversation last night, and I think the nugget in his first bullet here about responsible AI is eventually going to be part of our purview. Just like 7 years ago, biodiversity felt kind of fringy. I think AI, responsible AI, its impact on labor and technology is going to be a subject that we wrestle with. So probably not this work plan, but whoever's looking at the next work plan or how it fits in, I think we're going to have to look at this as a topic, either a topic or a sector, I'm not really sure, but it's clearly going to be another level of upheaval in the kinds of standards that we create.
I suspect as a broader observation about that, Evan, that one of the things that we would, aspire to be able to do with sufficient resources is to have a kind of a slightly longer run-up to some of these topics that are just a little bit over the horizon for us in terms of, where we'd be able to address them right now, just to have a kind of a watching brief over the topic, maybe for a little bit longer, because there are already good institutions, think tank partnership type of things, looking at some of these topics, and it could be quite useful to inform GRI's and the GSSB's ongoing decision making about how we prioritize things, just to have a little bit more of that. But I don't know that we necessarily would have the capacity to do that very well just now.
Yeah, and to me, it's almost a relevance question too for the organization, staying abreast of these topics and having an opinion in the marketplace, even if the standard is not ready and the standard will take years to get here. Absorbing those dynamics and being able to bake it into our thinking as an organization is, I think, key. Because sometimes we are looked to sort of create standardization and measurement where there is none. So this seems like one of those areas that eventually will land on our doorstep.
Just want to acknowledge that not only for this particular subject, but in general, I think now with the increase in capacity, we can go back to that notion of having a longer list of issues that we're working on across various interventions, whether that's research with other parties, whether that is discussions that GRI can organize, right, with the global network, and to have an early warning system is maybe one, but also to establish criteria when this actually moves over to standard setting. Because the interesting thing, I think, with our capacity now is that we can invest more heavily in some subjects where maybe there is no good practice yet, but GI has a role to actually advance these discussions also already on the disclosure level. So that's certainly something we will come back to, not maybe with priority for the next 12 months. That's not something that I would want to promise. Harold is more ambitious than I in that respect. But what we do want is an articulation from GI to say there are lots of emerging issues, and we're not only starting to deal with them when an issue level organization has come about, that another disclosure initiative, or for some of them, we might actually be able to anticipate that much earlier and build maybe with others the practice or subsume that into our standard setting.
And it's funny, that comment makes me think we will probably have to wrestle with this as an implementation technology before it is a standard. So how do we leverage this technology in order to deliver information and speed up our process and make our process more efficient so that you can get more done with the people that you have?
Absolutely. Are you suggesting that we start writing standards using ChatGPT?
I think, frankly, it's neck and neck.
It's in
right
the
now.
balance, right? I mean, I think there's also, if we unpack the sort of the broader area too, I imagine that there would be the opportunity for us to look at a couple of the topics anyway, the sort of surveillance and algorithmic management kind of topics, potentially under the labor project, as a matter of fact, and it wouldn't necessarily need to have a kind of standalone cyber anything sort of effort to do some of it. But I think, again, that's kind of just something that needs to be unpacked in the research around it. I see Izzy has a bit of a smirk on her face about that. Right, watch that space, I suppose, is well, we maybe. Do you want to come in here, Harold?
So I think that was also the idea, because it's a huge item. We had this presentation also on AI, and we had this discussion about privacy, data privacy. So it's a huge area. We will be already touching upon it in even in not only the labor, but also in other topic standards, probably also in sectors. So it's meant to be. The only question is that if you go for AI, indeed, how to tackle other things, and whether you want to have a specific only a topic standard. Do we have to be faster in one of the sectors? So this is same with circular economy. It's actually circular measures are already in our waste standard. Waste standard was not too long ago revised due to the global reach out. It was said it's too early to call it, like in Europe they say circular economy. We definitely didn't say it because it didn't touch people. It was really, it's part of your fuel, your full waste management or sustainable management, but for sure it's on the agenda. And then in our list, our priority list, long list, short list, we're just looking what's the biggest priority to take on. Yeah, that's what we discussed. Same with international humanitarian law. I think from an impact perspective, we can already say there is a huge impact from companies in these areas. The question is, how do we deal with it? Do we first go to a more like a guidance document? We do with, for instance, or a mapping document, like we do with some others, or is it directly going into a topic area? So I think, but this helps. So I think this is the critical questions. Where do we put our priority, our first priority, next priority after the ones we're already doing? It's a $1 million question.
Can I invite people on the Zoom, if you're having any thoughts about any of this, to please feel free to jump in about it, or other thoughts or perceptions that you've had about the feedback from the public comment period. Okay, I mean, no, you don't have to, if there isn't anything to say at the moment. Where do you want to take this then, Bastian? How should we, what should we do to advance through for the next little bit?
Well, what we would still invite is if there are other considerations that we should be taking into account for the next version of the work program, then I invite members to just submit this to the Standards Division. Maybe where we could spend a couple of minutes is just to reflect on the 3 input presentations we had from external parties, because there is an important piece in the work program where we are flagging that we stand ready to collaborate on these different levels. And as I said earlier today, as much as we can substantiate that, I think the better we fare with our stakeholders, that really after a year or more in the making, they really want to see substance, and they want to see that it is not only a distant goal, but that it is actually happening on the ground. It is easier to demonstrate it right now with the ESRS and the European standards. So through things like a linkage document, the mapping, it will become evident that a lot of work has been done in that space. But it is also the forward-looking commitment. So maybe a reflection on what we can advance on the staff side in terms of conversations with these parties in the background to come back to you, but also reflections on the presentations that we had today.
So in terms of prioritization and timing and so forth, there have been projects advanced in the recent past that have benefited from having, some kind of external, events or happenings on the kind of public agenda that provides some impetus to them, such as the Biodiversity Convention sort of work kind of coinciding with our standard setting for the topic standard project. Are there such events or deadlines or things like that need to be flagged or understood? It's not always the case that that's something that we can take in mind, but if anyone knows of any that would have an influence on some of those, that would be useful to know. And then on Bastian's point about reflecting on the input presentations that we've had today, we had the conversation with Richard and Romy from the ISSB this morning. We know that they're going to be seeking consultation on their future, on their next standards development agenda. To the extent that we have information about what is being proposed specifically under those kind of topic areas in particular, then I think we can align with what we already have or what we are doing ourselves on our work program, and flag some of the alignment there. Anything? Yeah, go ahead, Kent.
I'm not sure if it's quite on that topic, but I was talking to Laura about this. This mapping, one of the things we're experts at is understanding the differences between our standards and then the standards, say, EU, there's all these other standards that are out there, and we make a lot of effort to understand those differences and map the differences and so forth. That's a big consulting area all in its own, I think, because that's my sense when I talk to these IT companies. that are trying to create a product, say greenhouse gas emissions. They want to know how's it supposed to look if we're going to do it for EU and if we're going to do it for GRI, and what exactly are the differences. I just think that alone, we're the only ones really that are trying to have expertise in comparing the different regulations to each other. I mean, to some extent, some of these people we talked to today sort of dismiss the idea of a comparison. But that's something that for sure, there's a market for that. I mean, those are the questions that I'm specifically being asked. Is what's the difference between this standard and this standard, so that when we create our product, which is some kind of output, data output, that it matches what's needed, for this particular standard. And somehow, building in that area, I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
I completely agree with that, and I think it's also necessary for our functioning in standard setting here for us to understand what all is out there, and how does it sort of stack up, even before the setting of formal standards in some cases.
So this is, for us, kind of an area of expertise that we should really take advantage of. It's in addition to writing standards that we actually understand the differences in all these standards. To me, that seems like a big growth area. And again, we've put the standard setting division has put a lot of effort into mapping the differences between our standards and other standards. And, we should take advantage of the value we've created there.
There was the mention, Patrick mentioned a little while ago, the sort of, he put it to us that we should be looking at the extent to which a company reporting in compliance with the ESRS would somehow by definition be GRI adherent of one sort or another. That's a very big topic for us to open up, and I'm sure it requires some due process considerations around, what portion of GRI reporting, in what way would the equivalence be best recognized? Because I think we do agree that there is a lot of alignment, similarity, and for that matter, even equivalence at the disclosure level. It's just more a question of that kind of in accordance sort of question, and whether or not that's something, and in what way we might be able to ease that process for reporting organizations while still maintaining the kind of the integrity of what we're doing, the integrity of what they're doing, and be supportive of the requirements of many organizations, including multinationals.
Just listening to the conversation now, is it an idea that part of what we frame up in the work program in relation to the collaboration with other standard setting initiatives needs to take the view that we're supporting preparers, right, in that, and that we're actually helping the existing GI reporter community to leverage their expertise that they've built over the years? I think that there is a narrative there also from a standards board perspective, which we probably didn't really amplify that much in the past, but it is really, if you look at the developments from a mission perspective, it is very welcome what's happening in the EU. We finally have the recognition for the impact perspective in corporate reporting, and on average, I think that is also what Patrick said, a GI reporter that has invested in this activity of impact reporting for years based on the GI standards is very well placed to respond to this regulatory expectation. And so there is, on the level of guidance that we can provide as part of our mandate, a lot we can do. And then there are other things that GI at large can do. But maybe that is also a way, next to saying we're open to the collaboration to further the alignment and enable the alignment, there's also the specific view to the preparers to say we have been part of a movement that wanted this to happen, and we're not going to let you enter that space without guidance, right? I think there is something because the other thing that we know is this is only the beginning. Therefore, for multinational companies, there will be 20, 30, 40 different jurisdictional requirements in the future. But that is again also the use case for GRI and having a coherent approach, with which you can build an information depository that you can use in different locations. So there is something in that space that we will look at also to amplify.
I think the specific kind of challenge that may exist around perceptions of having to do multiple reports, for example, is a specific example of where we can probably provide some real clarity, because of course GRI standards are really quite agnostic about formats and location, as long as the disclosures are transparent and are identifiable in the right sorts of ways, in comparison to regulatory filings, which are often quite prescriptive about location, timing, linking them to certain other kind of events in the regulatory calendar over the course of the year. Yeah, so a lot actually to be considered as to how you actually then take the proposed work program, the feedback that we've had, and just sort of digest it across a number of different topical areas, and sort of all the sector work and so forth on the one hand, but also are there clever ways that we can advance something useful for the market or the further understanding of how a topic is developing over a longer period of time, and how we can just advance the practical capability of reporters to report well without it having all to kind of come down to what's in the standards themselves. Oh yes.
On the
Galia,
practical
yeah.
capability, there is one more element here. This is how the verification companies, assurers, interpret everything new that is coming. Doesn't matter from European Commission or from GRI, because we faced this several times that every new standard is interpreted by us differently than the assurer, and there is a clash, and it increased the burden to the company, not to the assurer.
Well, that's also, I mean, that's been a kind of perennial issue, I think, for GRI reporting for a very long time, and I know there's actually quite a lot of interest these days from the likes of IFAC and the IAASB around the approach of those assurance organizations to the market, and the availability and suitability of the assurance standards themselves that are outside of the scope of what GRI is actually setting standards around, but are necessary to the the execution, against the GRI standards. Evan, yeah.
And to the point you were making earlier, and I think that Bastian, you mentioned this yesterday, if we could explicitly identify how the work plan would presumably lower the reporting burden, we could debate the 25% threshold, but if we could somehow add into the public commentary how each of our proposed work areas would presumably lower the individual reporting burden, I think would be useful, and again goes to our relevance in this conversation. Because I think sometimes there is a perception out there that we're just adding to and not really thinking about efficiency.
We were just, in fact, talking about exactly that the other day, and kind of making sure that all of the the project proposals address that quite explicitly when the projects are up and running, and when they produce public exposure drafts and then final contents, that's also flagged there, that it's in the press release, and that we're much more sort of proactive about flagging that, because I think we really do believe that the work that we're doing by nature funnels in so much of what's being done through other initiatives and frameworks and standards that it is quite legitimate for us to claim that mantle of burden reduction. I think it's a genuine contribution that's almost unique to the GRI standards, if I may be so bold as to say. Yeah. Trust there are no hands raised in the Zoom at the moment, right? Okay. Right. Bastian, would you like to say a little bit about what the next steps are then for the standards division around the work program?
Yes. So again, the invitation to submit any other commentary you have on the public consultation feedback received. We will go back and we will sort through this based on the notes from today's conversation. We will come up with a recommendation as a next draft for the different areas. I would also, as an action, note what we just spoke about, that the wording that we use to describe how we collaborate, how we enable GRI reporters to leverage their experience in the different jurisdictional contexts, and also having language that in the work program and then going through the different levels of project proposals and so on, makes very clear that we're looking at this always from the perspective of being efficient and not to impose a reporting burden just for the sake of having an exhaustive list of things, but really looking at the synergies that we will increasingly start to see, hopefully, with lots of attention to our area. So that's what we will do. I don't want to promise that this will be happening for the April meeting at this stage. I think, but what we would like to see from the staff perspective is that we can close out the discussions on the work program for the 3 years, the high level, in May, hopefully, and have also the project schedule locked in for the coming year. It is important for our stakeholders to understand how we look at the immediate priorities, and that gives us then a bit more time to work over the third and fourth quarter of the year on the project schedule for 24, right? So it's coming out of the year that we can publish that immediately, right? Looking at the colleagues, is there anything else I should be mentioning? No?
Okay, well, unless there are further comments or points that anybody would like to raise with respect to just what we've been talking about, the work program, then I think we can move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a formal thanks to our departing colleagues from the GSSB. We've got, if you want to move the slide forward, look at those characters we've got here. I personally haven't changed a bit since that photo was taken 10 years or so ago, Michel has kind of rearranged the balance of his hair, I would say, is a good way to put it.
Michel has just dropped off for a few minutes. He will be back.
Oh, no.
So he
okay.
missed that one, sorry.
That's all right, never mind. But while we're here, I'd like to just recognize a few people. Okay, Robin Leeson, to my right, has participated in this activity and its predecessor for quite a long time as a member of the Stakeholder Council, sort of playing dual duty in the days of the Technical Advisory Committee. Robin played that role from 2012 to 2015, rejoined as a full-fledged member of the GSSB, and became the vice chair of the GSSB from 2017 until today. Yeah. and has been a real stalwart of the work that we've been doing. Thank you very much, Robin. Evan also joined in 2017 and has been a reliable, committed, creative, and dedicated voice for the GRI standards. The same goes to, for everyone. Kent, I'd also like to flag your work as the sponsor of the tax standard, which was a real sort of a real turning point. I don't know if turning point's the right word, but a real kind of opening up of exposure, and understanding and relevance for the GRI standards at the time. And likewise, Michel has been sponsor for the waste standard and currently the biodiversity standard, and I think there was something in there about climate as well, so we may not be getting rid of you altogether, Michel, but I suppose that's to say that I hope we're not really getting rid of anybody completely, and will stay in the orbit of GRI for years to come, probably. So there's a decision in front of us, which is framed for the GSSB. I'd like you all to resolve to thank the departing GSSB members for their hard work and their commitment. And yeah, Bastian, yes, go ahead. No.
I think I should add to that from the staff side, also from the management board of GRI, extend my thanks to the departing members. It has been quite a journey the last 6 years. We looked at an activity report only for the last 3 years earlier today. And when you open this up and look at the volume of work, but also more importantly, I think what kind of impact that work has. I would want to connect it back to what we reviewed yesterday in terms of the downloads of the standards, how this has become something that is frequented this year, surely more than 1 million times, and across 10 languages. So your work as volunteers, and I cannot stress that enough, it is a volunteer role that we're looking at here. Where you prioritize over other important things in your lives, and you invest numerous hours every month for years into this organization, into the mission of GRI. We just greatly appreciate that. From the Standards Division staff, without your guidance and support just counsel on very many complex decisions that we had to bring to you, I don't think we would have succeeded in what we are tasked with without your help. Specifically on Judy, because she didn't actually give the speech for herself. I just wanted to highlight and emphasize also her outsized impact on GRI over the years. That has to do with incredible commitment, that has to do with leadership that has been absolutely key to what GRI has become and the platform that GRI is today. You've enabled a lot of this. Yesterday we had the chance to reflect on this in a bit more detail, but I truly believe that GRI wouldn't be where it is if it hasn't been for you stepping in at various stages of the development. Well, in actual fact, you stepped in very early, and there's one person that can actually reflect on this a bit better than I do, and I hope we have him connected. He was there.
Who might we be talking about?
Is he there? Can you go to the right? It's not here?
I'm here.
So Bob Massey, the founder of GRI, I've asked him to recognize Judy for us.
Can you recognize me at the end of the table here, Bob? I don't know if you can see me.
You're somewhere way ahead of me, and that's been true for a long time, Judy. So I'm so delighted to be here, Bastian. Thank you for giving me this honor. You know, in preparation for this, I've had a chance to reminisce a bit in my head about Judy's incredible role. So I'm gonna just share a couple of quick memories. Because one of the things I think that's most amazing about GRI is that it's one of those human efforts that really starts as an idea, and because people start to connect to that idea and shape it and build it and give time and energy, as we just heard, and many thanks to all of you who've been doing that, it starts to become a real thing. And even as a real thing, people perhaps forget how that time when it didn't exist at all. So just very briefly, I've known Judy now for almost 30 years. So and she's been involved with this for almost 30 years. Think back about, for the rest of you, what you were doing 30 years ago, and imagine committing a project of this magnitude. Well, we didn't quite know how big it was going to get, but I didn't hire Judy. Judy sort of hired me, or she inherited me. I was brought on board by the famous founder of Series, Joan Bavaria, and I was presented with 4 staff, all in 4 little cubicles. To describe how primitive it was would be difficult. When I first took over, I didn't have a computer, and we had so little money, I didn't get a computer for 6 months. My desk was in an area where people went and got pencils and did photocopying. And I met this young woman who was recently out of college.
Yeah,
Judy,
very
when
young.
did you graduate from college? Yeah, what year did you graduate from college?
1992.
1992. So yeah. Judy was 3 years out of college, and she was quiet. She was from New Jersey. I learned a little bit about her family, and I really didn't know what to make of her. And in fact, Judy, you may or may not remember this, but one of our relatively first encounters, I asked Judy, we had a group, Series had a group of companies that had signed on to the Series principles, and that included the idea of improving their environmental performance. And the key component was that they would measure and disclose what they were doing. And that idea was still very new. And we had some smaller companies that we had sort of forgotten about. And I asked Judy if she would make a point of make a list and call these smaller companies and check in on them. And Judy, I don't mean to embarrass you, but you looked totally overwhelmed when I asked you to do that. And was, you know, you were a little tentative about whether that was a project. And I thought, oh no, I don't know what this woman is going to be like. Well, that was like the one instance in the entire time I've known Judy where she hesitated to take on any task, because I quickly found that she was totally reliable, totally committed, willing to, you know, be the utility player, meaning that she would jump in wherever she was needed, and her expertise rose at this amazing speed. She also ended up making certain commitments. She used a Macintosh computer when she was in college, and so she imported the Mac system into Series, and I found myself using a Mac for the first time. And I don't know how long that lasted, but for maybe 15 years, all of Series used Macs because of Judy's influence. Anyway, when we were creating the Series report, we got some feedback from ITT Industries, and ITT Industries said this report is helpful to us, but we find it a little limiting because it's so based on the US disclosure requirements of different branches of regulation. And they said, you know, we're a global company. It would be really great if you could ever figure out how to do more of a global report. And so Judy and I, the two of us, pondered this, and we were deciding to launch a project that might examine how to alter the Series report into a global report. Well, what should we call this project? Well, we said we're going to call it the Global Report Initiative. And, I believe it was Judy who said, well, that's very static sounding project. Why don't we give it a little more motion and call it the Global Reporting Initiative? And that's where this thing that's on all the literature and, has gotten hundreds of thousands of pings on the internet. That's where it came from, a conversation with Judy. Judy jumped in, and as the GRI matured, Judy took more and more projects. She'd worked with the other co-founder, Alan White. And the truth is, I think Alan and I have gotten much too much credit, because the reality is the GRI was founded by a group of very, very intensely committed staff, talented staff, and steering committee and others from around the world who decided that this project was worth investing that kind of time and energy. And so it grew from place to place. Ceres had promised if it was successful, we would spin it off, and that's so that no one would feel suspicious that Ceres had a plan for world domination. We eventually made a close relationship with the UN Environment Program, with the UN, and on and on and on. And then eventually we spun it off as we had promised in about 2002, 2003. Judy kept going. Many people went on and did other things, but Judy kept going. And frankly, that's one of the things I most admire about Judy, is that she committed to this and she kept going in many, many different capacities. As a member of the Stakeholder Council, a member of the Tech Advisory Committee, in so many ways that I don't even know, because the truth is, I dropped out for a while, both for health reasons and then for political projects in the United States. And yet I knew that when I needed to understand what was going on, I could call on Judy. I am not familiar with the just incredible number. I mean, I'm loosely familiar, but the incredible number of achievements and progress that you have all made together. I've been catching up now, and that is my privilege to now be advising Ilko van der Ende and others about the US situation and beyond. But as I've caught up, I just am knocked out by all the work done, in the sector areas, on the topic areas, and the building up of the capacity to do these standards, and the quality and the respect and the reach. I mean, each one of these things is remarkable. And, one thing I'd like to point out is, I think one of the virtues of having been launched by an incredibly talented, brilliant visionary like Joan Bavaria, I think Judy learned some lessons, because Joan was a woman with enormous personal integrity. She was a woman who always spoke her mind honestly. She didn't pander to anybody. When people asked her difficult questions, she gave a clear answer, but she did so in an incredibly welcoming, honest, non-combative way. She would simply say, this is what I think. I'd like to hear what you think. And then when she ran meetings, she made sure that they were highly inclusive meetings, where she invited everybody to speak. She could sense when somebody was being quiet out of maybe feeling insecure or hiding some objection. So I think one of the reasons that Ceres, which was a complicated coalition at the beginning, the reason it succeeded was because of Joan's style. I think that I had a fairly strong, dominant personality, but I realized that was not the right way to bring together people in a complex project where there were many different points of view. So I tried to learn from Joan, and I know for a fact that Judy learned a great deal from Joan Bavaria, and that her style of making sure that everyone was heard and that all the voices are listened to and remembered is very much part of that. So I really just want to say, Judy, at every step of the way, I knew that GRI was going to keep going as long as people like you, others gathered in this room today, and you specifically continue to be involved. I had the sort of privilege, I suppose, or the foolishness. I would say, I think we can do this. I think we can do that. And people would say, well, how that's going to happen? Is that going to happen? And I would say, well, I just believe that the right people will come along at the right time and take on these complex tasks and do it out of the brilliance of their minds and the goodness of their hearts. And lo and behold, that has happened here with the GSSB, with all its achievements, and it's happened again and again and again. And so just to look forward, Judy, thank you for the incredible amount of work that you've done. I have to tell you, you're not off the hook as far as I'm concerned. I still need substantial tutoring to catch up. I know that many people around the world look to you for your expertise, and you're simply too valuable to be allowed to fade away. So we're going to continue to tap it. And to everyone here, to Bastien, to the staff, to all the folks who've been coming to these meetings that Judy has so ably chaired, you know, we have done something already that people didn't think was possible. And now, as you all know, we're in a complex period with a huge amount to do and many challenges that remain. But the expertise and the goodwill that you have built out among each other and that you've earned for GRI around the world, these are incredibly valuable things. And I do believe that when people write the history of the world in this period, the ability of the GRI and other initiatives around the world to rewire capitalism and to introduce an element of rationality and an element of inclusion so that the full range of challenges that fall before us and other economic institutions, so that those are understood and met, I think that's going to be the surprising story, and that's what's going to be remembered. So thank you, Judy. Can't wait to see you again soon. And thank you to all the members of the GSSB. And thank you, Bastien, for pulling me into this. I'm in beautiful Kentucky, the state of Kentucky, with rolling hills, part of America. If you haven't seen it, I hope some of you get to. My sister has a farm here. So as soon as I finish this call, I'm going to go out and see the natural beauty of this part of the United States. Thank you very much. And Judy, again, congratulations.
Well, Bob, I mean, what can I say? Thank you for that incredibly kind and deeply embarrassing statement you've just made. I won't kind of prolong the issue. People here got a few more words last night as well. Except to say that it's been the pleasure of my life to be involved with this. So I feel like it's a sort of you know, I'm not really that old, frankly, but if I could just say, Bob, I remember very clearly when the project was brand new. I remember that there were times when you and Alan and I, and probably Rob Graff was involved with this as well. I remember sitting around a table working on early GRI, whatnot, and your reminder, you know, that every now and then we need to stop and just recognize the fact that what we are doing right now may very well be the most important thing that any one of us does in our careers. And I think that that's entirely true. And I think that we can. You know, any day, any kind of important project such as this that any of us gets involved with might turn out to be that most important thing that any of us produces in our careers, and it's been a great honor to be part of it. I'm going to cut myself off at this point. Thank you very much. The next time this group convenes, it will be under the very capable leadership of Carol Adams and with the contributions of our wonderful new members who are joining us and us old members. Well, I hope we won't be the sort of horses put out to pasture, Bob, at your sister's farm. I hope we'll still have a few miles left in our old legs. But thank you, all of you, for your contributions and your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. The agenda says we have 15 minutes for final closing remarks and end of meeting. I'm not entirely sure I have much to add to any of that. Are there any reminders or announcements about upcoming events? There is an April meeting. I don't know when it is because it's not in my calendar anymore.
I have to admit,
April 20? 20 April. And there's just one change from the May meeting. Yeah, the next one is April 20, and then the May one is now Tuesday, 16 May. I did send it around because 18 May is a bank holiday. So we'll try to give you a day off. And that was it for, oh yes, and we'll send around a doodle poll very shortly to see about kind of changing the times to make it a bit more easier for people, that you're not always in the middle of the night or first thing in the morning. So we'll send a doodle poll probably next week to see your availabilities.
Thank you very much. Any other sign-off remarks? Any closing comments from the Zoomers? Anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I would add that it's been, since I couldn't say anything yesterday during dinner with all of you, Judy, it was a pleasure to work for you. I was always amazed by your constant mood. I've never seen you angry. I always saw you facilitating everything as if it was easy to do so. And that was really impressive. Interactions with the other participants was always for me a lesson of humility. I was always noting things, saying, why didn't I think of that? And adding stuff like that. It was a pleasure to come for me. And if I remember well, I never missed a GRI meeting, and this is only the second time I miss it physically. So I will regret all you guys. And the standards division too, but I'll probably continue working with you in a way or another.
I certainly hope so. Thank you very much, Michel. You've been a pleasure to know as well. If I can say that on behalf of the rest of the GSSB, I think they will all agree with me. Right. Okay. Well, on that note, I think we can declare this this meeting of the GSSB closed. My thanks as ever to the Standards Division and the staff for all the efforts that they put in, because I think at the risk of maybe, I don't know, undermining the narrative that's been put out there about me and my capabilities, the truth is that they do all the hard work. So I would be remiss if I didn't, at every meeting, recognize their contributions and their day-to-day hard work, pushing forward, doing all the heavy lifting. We really couldn't do it without them. So thank you very much to the Standards Division and the staff at GRI. If you can join me in a vote of thanks. Thank you. With that, we are closed.